And there's so many powdered wigs in that thing.
Hey, well, thank you for joining us on another Edge of Tomorrow. This is our seventh episode, but I think Rose, you can tell us how many sessions it's been.
This will be session 17.
Yeesh, that's a long time. So that's awesome. Just gonna quickly try to summarize what happened last time because poor Carrick wasn't here. But last time, we actually introduced Hallie and Beryl first when we started the event. They had like their little time warpy stuff. They were like 2 days in advance, kind of like introducing their characters. And then we went back 2 days to go back to Alderaan, where we did the pretty much the dirge of Ula Tan. We did the whole Pyra ceremony with the Jedi surrounding them. Gave some parting words, physical form of the fallen Jedi. Um, it was emotionable for some. And then others, maybe not so much because they don't have that emotional adaptitude. And then once that was done, we advanced forward to Coruscant, where let's see, we had Niella getting introduced to Beryl pretty much immediately, and HX7T as well. And then they were reuniting with the general that had sent them to Alderaan originally, and he was basically just explaining to them that well, first he wanted their consent whether or not they would forego their public lives and take on more of a private avenue moving forward. So, working more in secrecy. So, their work would be pretty much shadow work. Whatever they're going to be doing moving forward will not technically be on public record within the Republic, but more so in the hands of the Republic Special Forces, which is Black Ops division with Republic itself. Niella was informed that she would be overseeing the operations of the outpost after um, a period of time when she is granted the rank of major. At that time, she will be taking over. Until that time comes, um, Jedi Master Ormro Vamori will actually be overseeing the day-to-day operations of the outpost, while the captain is working towards her promotion and getting her feet wet, pretty much in a leadership role now. For 17 sessions, Niella kind of has been more of like the supporting actor in a lot of ways, keeping the people going forward, tending to people's wounds, offering insightful feedback, being a very big team player, with Cecile probably having taken point in a lot of those operations just due to the missions that they were given. But now she's being put to the forefront as the leading representative of the Republic within our party's group. So there's going to be a little bit of a group dynamic change there. It'll be great. Ula's character will be pretty much her right hand lady in this endeavor, as she is being specifically assigned to Niella. Whatever Niella needs, Beryl, whether she complies or not, will be up to the player. Then, on the reverse, we had Cecile. Um, she was introduced to the coveted council of the Old Republic. So she got to meet a lot of council members from Star Wars The Old Republic. And if you played the video game, you probably met some of them as well. But she got to meet a lot of them. And that's where she did the whole Padawan oath. Whether she did that gracefully or not, I will let everyone determine that on their own. But it was a great moment. It was very humbling. And she was informed that she'd be assigned to Carrick Maze, the Jedi Knight of Order. She hasn't met Carrick yet. This session, this will be the first time she gets to meet her. Um, and then they all got together. Jax, Yella, and Ula. They went to go and basically pick up Cecile Cecile was informed that her master would be waiting for her. Um, Obviously, everyone here has about a week in character on Coruscant, so we're going to be starting pretty much there, uh, kind of figuring out what everyone was doing during the week, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of shopping here going on, maybe some crafting. Um, kind of discuss that a little bit off screen. So probably starting with those things first, and then working into the RP moments, since those are a little bit more technical and might require us a little bit more focus. So we'll probably be doing the shopping stuff first, get that out of the way, and then just story. So with that said, um, I'm gonna just start from the left and work my way right towards Carrick to see if anyone has any shopping needs. First two might be very. So Cecile, did you have any thing that you wanted to shop for during the that you're on course?
Well, Cecile is on a different planet, so
I meant Hallie. We still have to
I
change your avatars too.
know. Holly, I don't really have anything she'd buy because she's kind of in a place where she doesn't have a ton of money.
Okay. And what about you, Beryl? I might call you Ula from time to time until we change your avatar.
She has no money either, so she's not going to be shopping.
Okay. See, very straightforward, simple. They're new characters, so. And then Niella, I know you had some things you wanted to.
Yes, Neela would like to do a few things. She definitely feels like she needs to get a little bit stronger, needs better armor. So that's going to be her first stop. She's going to first contact HX to see if she can get his assistance because she would like to craft some armor. And since it's a mechanical craft, she thinks that he might have some ability to help her with that. And then she'll also contact Beryl because she doesn't know the current state of Beryl's armor, and she's would like her to join to see if there's anything useful that she could get for Beryl as well while she's there.
All right, great. So who would you like to talk to first? Because I know there's things that you want to buy, but did you want to talk to Beryl first to see how much funds you'd have left over?
Um, I would contact Beryl. Neil would contact Beryl first and ask her to come along, just so she's there, so she can talk to her and get to know her a little bit better, and potentially assist her with some equipment. But she won't mention the equipment yet, just to see kind of how things go, and then she'll contact HX and see if he's available.
Okay. So we'll say that Niella is probably in the market wards of Coruscant, probably on the upper level. I don't think she's the type that probably would go to the lower level, but I'll let you decide that, Niella.
Yeah, Niall not super familiar with Coruscant. She's not spent a lot of time on the planet and definitely hasn't done a lot of shopping on the planet. Just minimal at the last trip when she was with Ula. So she would go to a place that she's more familiar with and not try to seek out more um, uh, questionable places. And she would be looking for a place where she could craft some armor.
All right. Yeah, I will say that you're in a very fancy establishment. There's a lot of shops here. It's almost like a mall, except Star Wars version of a mall. Um, and we can say that you and Beryl kind of meet in the middle of this place where you can see like people are selling weapons, attachments, armor, uh, maybe crafting accessories for like scraps and stuff that people are buying just to try to tinker. It's a very diverse environment. You see a lot of different aliens, different species. You see Athorians, Rhodians, and they're all doing various things. Plenty of tinkerers going in and out. Plenty of professionals moving about. Some buying clothes, some buying more practical stuff. Some. It's just a lot going on here, and you pretty much can find most things in this well lit, well established environment. So I'll let you and Beryl kind of work into your moment here and then see where that leads as far as your purchases.
So Neela would first approach Beryl and ask her how her time on Coruscant has been.
Beryl would actually salute the captain and not really offer a smile, but would bow her head in acknowledgement. And Beryl would she wouldn't say very much. She'd just shrug her shoulders and say, well, it's been at least quiet.
It's good to treasure the quiet times. We might not have many of those in the future, at least the near future. So, Sergeant Beryl, do you mind if I call you that?
That's fine.
All right. So, if you don't mind my asking, what armor are you currently wearing?
Beryl just looks at you and kind of shrugs and turns around. She shows just a mostly leather armor with a few select metal pieces, the chest piece, pauldrons, and I believe bracers.
All right. Out of character question, what does that equal as far as like soak? Do you have any defense? That sort of thing.
4 soak, no defense.
That's nice. 4 soak and just whatever armor you're wearing.
Right.
And does it have any hard points on it?
I can't remember. Let's see. It seems like there was. Trying to remember. Let's see. Armor. If there is, I don't have it listed.
Okay, so it's not in your character sheet as having
Right.
hard points.
No.
Okay, just still out of character. I'm not sure, like the armor I'm attempting to craft doesn't have that much soak, so I don't know if I can improve it at all if it doesn't have any hard points. But back in character, Neela would ask Beryl if there's anything, at the market that would help her, better complete her equipment, armor or weapon-wise, because she wants to make sure that the team's well equipped for whatever they're heading into.
Beryl's kind of non-committal on this. She's used to just making do with whatever she has. So again, she'll sort of shrug and she'll show, let's see. She'll show her blaster pistol, and across her back, of course, is the oh no, I don't have that yet. Right now she's got a blaster pistol.
All right, so Neela's going to push Beryl on this. She's like, I just want to be clear. We're going into some pretty difficult situations, and if we're not equipped for them, it could be very problematic. So I would appreciate it if you would just look around and see if there's anything you can find that we could use to improve our situation in the future. And I would give her like 1,000 credits, like to play with, to find stuff with.
Beryl'd look at you a bit astonished, but she'd take it and bow her head. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
All right, I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Happy shopping.
You too, Sergeant.
Beryl would salute again.
Neela would nod, still not used to being saluted to, and then turn and walk away.
And I did just link you the equipment list, Ula. Sent it to you.
Thank you.
And then what would you like to do for Niella now?
The next thing Neela will do is meet up with HX to try to craft some armor for herself.
And I've done research on the non-blacklisted shops with the Republic. Cross-reference them, trying to get the best shop that is 100% known to do the right thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the best place is you go in there and you see displays, glass displays with like armor that's like hovering a position. You scrap that is neatly organized into appropriate components. It's very clean, very organized. The lighting here is bright. There's security cameras pretty much at every corner of the shop. There's even armed security officers. And when you approach the counter, there's a nice young man sitting there with a very clean looking uniform. And he goes, "Hello, and welcome to the Republic Emporium of all things anyone needs, anyone wants, and anyone that's seeking. How can I help you today?"
Neela would approach um, and inquire about crafting herself some deflective armor.
Okay, he walks around the counter. He has like a little like, I guess you call it a tailor's tape measure, basically, and he starts measuring you up and down. He's like, okay, I'm just trying to figure out how much material you need. Just hold still." He kind of wraps his arm around you. He's very intrusive in a little way, kind of invading your space almost instantly. But he's doing it in like a dainty way, like he's got like this weird formality to himself. And he's just measuring your waist. He's measuring like your bust, everything. He's measuring your arm length, you name it. And he goes right around the counter again. He goes, okay. So see how much material you need. Do you want me to go ahead and gather that stuff, package it? Would you like to use one of our rooms to do any tinkering you'd like? Um, let me know how we can best service you. Do you wear your pips on you, by the way, Niella, or no?
Uh, I believe she would not be right now because she's supposed to be more incognito, not public facing. So she would not have them on her.
Okay. Ma'am, how can I? So, would you like this package? Would you like to use one of our crafting rooms? Or would you like us to deliver this somewhere for you here on Coruscant?
Um, I would appreciate the use of one of your crafting rooms. Thank you. And the materials as well.
Okay. Give me 1 second. He goes under the desk. He stands pretty promptly up, like it's so organized that it doesn't take much time. And he offers you a key. It has basically like doesn't look like a traditional key. It looks more like a long piece of RAM, basically, except it's glass and it's got like circuitry within it. That's how keys kind of look in Star Wars. And then attached to the end of it, there's like a little clip that has number 1 on it. He goes, "Well, you're more than welcome to use crafting station 1. I'll be right in there with your goods, and I will be transferring your funds at that time."
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, we appreciate your business. I will. And would you like anything to drink while I'm getting all this stuff? It's on the house. We all have tea, herbal. We also have some liquor if you'd like. But if you're crafting, that may impair your success rates, I suppose.
That's a kind offer, but no, thank you.
Very well. Go ahead and get comfortable, and I'll be right in there.
All right, Neela will make her way to whatever room number 1 is. Kind of look over to make sure HX is with her, and wait for the guy to return.
I'll move, yes, towards the room.
Yeah, when you guys walk in there, you see that the crafting station is nice. It's got a glass door so they can still see what you're doing in there. But there's like tools They're all kind of like tethered to the walls so people can't just steal them. There's even a security camera in there to kind of watch what you're doing. But it's bright, it's clean, it's got a very spacious area for you to work in, and even empty bins where you can like organize you're going. And not too long after you get in there, the door kind of hisses open. The gentleman has like a box under his right arm, kind of tucked close to his chest. And then in his other hand, he has a data pad and it's turned in a way and extended out to you. And he goes, okay, well, if you don't mind, please go ahead and transfer about 500 credits for the parts.
Neela nods and starts the transfer. And then she would ask this very helpful gentleman, do you have any advice? This is my first time crafting armor. So anything you might be able to tell me to help make this a smoother process would be great.
Well, he kind of blushes a little and he's like, I may work here, ma'am, but I don't know a lot about the bring these components together. My best advice is, well, take this kindly, I hope, but don't mess up.
Neela just laughs. Yes, that's a good advice. Thank you for your help.
I do apologize. It's not very customer oriented of me to say it that way, but most people who come in here are usually professional tinkerers. So I wish you luck and I hope you the best. And if you happen to damage any of the components in the process, I can always give you a 20% discount afterwards. Additional part.
Oh, well, that's much appreciated, and I appreciate your directness.
You're welcome. And would the droid like anything? Maybe some oil for your joints before you start?
No, thank you. I'll just move into the crafting area and start touching the tools.
He kind of bows his head to you both, leaves, and the door kind of shuts behind him. And you do hear it lock, but it's locking from the inside.
Okay, Neela would move behind the desk and or the bench and kind of start looking over everything and look over to HX and ask if he's familiar with the process.
Deflective armor template. Here are the bits, and we shall try to put them together.
All right, let's not mess up then.
So,
Great success.
who has the higher mechanics roll?
I do.
Okay, so we'll use yours, but Niela's assisting, so we'll give you a blue die.
Okay, in the book, it does say they're purple. They look like 8-siders, but we don't have an 8-sider. It's just the green, right?
Is it average mechanics?
Yeah, it's just 2 difficulty. 2 purple.
We probably need to roll destiny and all that too.
Yes, we could.
Do we want to use Destiny on this as well? Is the question.
And that's why we need to roll.
Let's see what we end up with first.
Always fitting when Jax rolls the dark side, I feel like.
We got the numbers are wrong.
I think we still had 5 dark side from before because we're up to 7 dark side.
Sorry, I'll manually fix it. So it's 2 light, 2 dark. Manually fix.
Okay, thank you.
Three light, 2 dark.
It's not changing on my screen, so it'll show 7.
There you go. Should be updated.
And we got one more to roll.
Yeah, I think when Kara gets back. There we go.
All right. And that should automatically. So it should be 3 light, 4 dark.
Yep, got it.
All right.
Okay, team. I want to poll. Should I use the light side? We only have 3, so I don't want to be greedy.
Go for
Go
it.
ahead. We'll get more.
Yep.
All right, I will then. Let's hope for some good armor.
What's the worst that happens? Someone dies?
Maybe. No, I'm joking. No, it's not joking.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Beryl. No, I'm joking.
Not it.
Famous last words.
Here goes mechanics.
All right, yeah, make sure to upgrade your dice pool.
Indeed.
Oh, HX, that's beautiful. Okay.
That's really good.
No. You spend the points as you see fit.
All right, so no failures, and I have one advantage to spend.
Remember this, so with crafting, you have a success. Awesome. And every success reduces the craft time by 2 hours. So we have the success. Now we have to look at the individual dice. This is how it works, is you have actually two advantages to spend. However, in the reverse, you have 2 fear and a despair.
Oh, so you look at the dice and not the results?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I was just looking at the results.
Yeah, so it's the crafting's different because it's like lottery almost. You're banking on the fact that you're going to get all advantages in a triumph. That's what you really want to do the upgrade, but you can still do the upgrade. Just keep in mind that for every upgrade that you spend, I either have to use that despair or one of those fear die. Or threat dice, sorry. Threat. You succeeded. The base thing is done.
Okay, got it. So, and if I select something with the 2 advantages, then you as the GM select to either use the threat or the 2 failures. Is that correct? Or the failure?
Yeah, like I
I
could
figured we-
use if I use
I figured
the
we spent the
despair-
points.
What's that?
I figured we spent the points.
No, I think I only spend the good points, and the
Yes.
GM spends the bad
Oh.
points because I don't get to choose which bad point I
Oh,
get.
choose my bad points.
Yeah. So what happens is, because even in the rules it says I would spend the fear. So how people have been operating this is you roll success or fail. The base item is crafted. Cool. No negatives on that. What now we spend the individual dice. So if she spends 2 advantage, right? I can either use 1 despair and really like up like the bad quality, or I could just spend the 2 threat and just do like a hidden flaw, for example.
The tracks.
The hidden flaw, but you know.
Hmm. Okay, I think the 2 advantages are worth spending for an. So I've got the option of extra melee defense or automatic advantage for some skills.
Yeah, and you have to declare what skills you're going to associate with that armor with.
Oh, for one of the ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then
That's
you write
automatic
that
advantage.
in the quality section of your.
And the way it is in the table is a little confusing. I think special embellishment is separate from extra melee defense. They should be like separated out. They're not together.
I think they are together. Oh. No, that's just an error, I think. It's supposed to have its own line.
And
Yeah, that's how I'm reading it.
What was it?
Oh, for the 2 advantage line, the special embellishment and the extra melee defense are all in one paragraph, but I think they're 2 separate things to select from, not one thing.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm going to spend the 2 advantages to add +1 melee defense to the armor. The armor itself says it has +1 defense, and I wasn't sure if that's 1 for each melee and range, or I have to pick one. I didn't understand it. It seemed a little unclear.
Oh, for defense. Yeah, because usually there's range, melee defense.
Right, and in this table, it doesn't specify, and we can figure that out. As we don't have to figure it out in this moment. I will spend the 2 advantages to add extra melee defense, which gives you the option to spend something to do something, right?
Say that one more time. I apologize.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 2 advantages to add +1 melee defense to the armor.
Okay.
So since I'm making 1 improvement, then you get to choose 1 bad thing.
Yeah, those bad
Okay.
things.
That's fine. Choose whatever you want.
Let's see. Okay, so I will kind of be easy on you. It's your first craft experience. I'm going to say that the armor that you craft is going to be restrictive. So you will add automatically a threat to checks on athletics.
I do remember a planet where I couldn't get up a cliff. But okay, got it.
So it's probably a little tighter than you wanted it. Something maybe too snug on your first craft.
Okay, got it. So that is the armor. And then yep. Mhm. Okay, we're good. All right. The extra, so I also want to do some attachments, but I don't want to, I will need to move to another place to do that. So we don't have to stay here. So I got some new armor. I'm very excited about that. Neil is very happy about it. It's a little tight, but that's okay. She can work with it.
Let me just check out your chicks first before we go on from that. Because let's. I'm just checking events here. Do you see it says? So I actually am going to say it's 1/1. I'm going to give you 1/1 because it's deflective. So I'll say that you get 1 melee and 1.
Okay, and I added an additional melee with advantages.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Now
Oh, a little etch and little HX in the little corner, very like micro.
He's signing the armor.
that's why she automatically gets the 1 threat. No, I'm joking. Have to remember that with your athletics rolls moving forward, that you'll always get that threat.
Yes, I will make a note. I'll also ask HX if he minds helping with, well, I don't think he needs help. I'm going to do some, what do you call it? Attachments. So that's what I'll do next. But if HX...
I can just bind whatever you get to it. I don't think there's a roll or anything.
Okay, yep, that'll be my next stop when we get to it.
Well, might as well just finish your shopping first, and then we can do HX's next.
Okay, so for my weapon, I want to add a custom grip, which will remove 1 black die from all combat checks the owner makes.
Ooh, okay. That under.
What was that?
Where's under? That under weapon?
That is under weapon attachments. It is 500 credits, requires 1 hard point, rarity of 6, and the weapon I have is a 6.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and it only requires 1 hard point.
It does, only 1.
Awesome. You don't have to worry about rolling or anything. It's just when you're adding additional hard.
All right, perfect. And then for the armor, which also has actually 3 hard points. I first wanted to add custom fit. Oh. Custom fit removes a black die from athletics and stealth checks while I'm wearing it.
So at least I can't add
And
black die to you too much.
still that threat, but that's okay. And then since it says 3 hard points, if I want to add a second one, is that possible, or do I need to do something extra?
Hard points just say that that's how many mods you can add to something. So it's like you can just you buy the attachment, then you can attach it to.
Okay. So if I can add a second of the 3, I would add a scanner, which is a 1 blue die to perception checks made to detect movement or hidden enemy.
Okay, and that's 1 hard point.
Let me just double check. Custom fit was 1. Scanner is also 1.
Okay, cool. So you have 1 free hard point left. Nice.
Yes, and I'll also buy stim packs. I'm going to get 8 of those. I'll summarize all this, but I think that's all I'm going to shop for currently.
Okay, and I will go back to the defense probably after stream or during break, and the actual defense of your armor is, but I'll just say 1/1 for now.
Got it.
All right. Is that everything Niela needed?
Yes, that's all she can think of.
Okay, I'm making sure. Coruscant's going to be a distant past soon.
No, I know. I hope I didn't forget anything.
HX, what would you like to do?
I would like to go to the cybernetics den and take Niela with me.
Okay. Are you
I'm going. Oh, good.
Are you going surface side or below the surface?
I'm going to go below the surface, one that has a good underground rep.
Oh, okay. Just so, because Niela's fairly new to Coruscant, this place that you decide to go, you have to take like a large, like, it almost looks like a mini freighter down this large hole at the center of this city. And it just goes down and down and down. You're just seeing like the layers of Coruscant. Eventually it flats out and goes horizontally into Coruscant. You can't see the sky anymore. You're in the underbelly of Coruscant. There's like neon lights. It's grime. It's very like Blade Runner-esque down here. There's a lot of, you're flying by. You're looking out this port window. You can see a lot of shady stuff going on, like drug deals and potentially worse. You see people in armor, probably gangs. There's a lot that you see on your trip to this place, and eventually you do get there. And when you get there, this place is the opposite of what you just experienced on the surface. It's more oily. There's substance to the walls. It's got a lot of like cyberpunk kind of steampunk kind of vibe to it. And at the counter there's a droid on the other side, and there's like a cage that separates him and like anyone that would approach him, and behind him is just a bunch of like stuff, all not very well organized, but maybe for this droid it's perfectly. And the rest of the shop is kind of like, it mirrors that kind of messy, like, here's a bin and we just threw stuff in here. And yeah, it's kind of like you pick and choose what you want. But if you want to find something, this is where you find it.
Walk in and be like, I'm home. And then walk up to the counter, request 1 cybernetic leg and a bin to put it together with.
Okay, so you're replacing a leg, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, so I'm trying to get 1 brawn. So I can actually start carrying things.
Okay. Do you know where am I looking for? And just like
That was I was using the armor crafting, cybernetic crafting thing.
okay, this one actually doesn't cost. I gotta figure out the cost here.
It's 5K.
Oh, whoa! You're spending a lot.
Yeah. I'm trying. I have to upgrade to hold anything else. I have to upgrade this because otherwise I can't hold like any heavier blaster or anything.
I got you. Okay. All right. Well, this droid is on like a unicycle kind of thing. He doesn't have legs. He's literally balancing on a single wheel. He's got a boxed frame body and maybe just two arms and like a half circled head. And he just kind of sends like little beeps and bops to you in like binary code, which I don't know if you understand, Niella, but HX, it's plain English. And he turns around, grabs well, how hefty of a leg do you want this to be?
It's gonna upgrade my brawn, so it can be pretty good size.
Okay. He grabs this large leg and just plops it down in front of you, and it has this heavy sound to it.
Excellent. Hand him or transfer the credits to him, and look over at Niella and say, "I might need help getting this into the shop."
Neil looks at HX, eyes wide, nods. She's a little sketched out where they are, but she's will help him with the leg.
And if it's okay with the group, I will use the light side as well, as this will be a daunting mechanics check.
That's fine.
No, sorry, we don't have enough to go around.
Harsh.
It's okay.
And who, well, I guess we determined Niella would have to do this for you, correct? So,
No, I could do it. She's just going to assist in case I turn myself off.
okay. Yep. The
Factory reset.
Yep, pretty
little,
much.
Little droid presses a button at the counter and it opens like this door. And inside the door, there is a bed for you to lay down on, sit on. And it looks just as junky in there as it does in the shop.
It does not bother me.
Yeah, for Niella, smells of
Uh,
oil and stuff are very prevalent.
I was a scrapper, so this is all home. All right, here we go with the mechanics check at daunting.
Yes. Ooh, nice job. Ooh. Some threat there.
Two of those. I don't get anything to spend. Oh well.
Probably
get two.
wise, because that's a lot of threat I would have been able to
Oh, wait,
spend.
no. I keep looking at the results. That's
Yeah.
terrible. Okay.
3 advantages to spend, but in the reverse, I've got a lot of.
That is very true.
Yeah. It's up to you. If you spend, I have to spend. It's just part of the craft.
I think I'm just gonna hold off and take as is.
Okay. Yeah, you can always craft later.
Yeah, so the leg will go on. I'm not gonna add any perks.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, because I'm like, oh man, that's
I just kept looking at it like, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I could get at best built if built for a specific being, the cybernetic does not require a check.
That's right. You only have, you have 3 advantages.
Yeah.
Buy 2 perks. All right, so you're kind of like one leg's very hefty and the other leg's kind of thin.
Indeed.
You
Taking my
gonna
one
hobble now?
brawn. No, I might run around in circles more.
Have to shift his weight when he's moving
Have to-
fast.
Like have some
Have to
issues
self-
with-
Yeah, every single step I have to self-correct.
He's gonna auto compensate on one side while he's trying to run to keep going straight.
He's gonna have athletics issues too.
To move.
All right, well, you can
Probably
have one brawn.
melt.
One, I'll take that for one brawn.
It's awesome.
Oh yeah, I gotta up. I haven't had a bigger brawn than one. I gotta look and see what new stuff I get.
A bunch of your skills just adjusted. Is there anything else you'd like to buy there, HX?
I believe I am done because I only have 400 credits.
5,000 was very quick to come and go.
Yes, it was. How did you get the skills to reopen? Mine's doing the same thing Tony's was.
Just click the header.
I am. Oh, there it goes. Can click the name on the header.
Perfect. And Carrick, is there any shopping you would like?
Eric would mostly like to upgrade his lightsaber because having a basic lightsaber is really letting him down.
So you want to buy maybe some lightsaber components to get ready to get your crystal?
I think so because that is his most glaring need, is to improve that to overall improve his effectiveness.
Let's see what.
He's got 5,250 credits.
See if we can find you a.
I believe that's the amount of credits he has. Let me double check. 5,250, correct. Maybe some, scrap robes for a small child.
See if we can find the lightsaber mod.
Where's the resource for it? I apologize.
That's what I'm going to look up here. Give me once.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slow us down with that. That's just the most glaring need for him.
Oh, no, you're okay. I'd rather. Have that resource for you. But it's good to know. While I'm looking this up for him, Beryl/Ula, is there anything that you were going to buy with the money that Niela gave you?
I've been looking and looking and looking. And everything I want to buy has the two things I was looking at have a rarity of 6, so I can't buy them, right?
Good try. You're on Coruscant. Coruscant has a lot. It just depends on what section of Coruscant you go to. Like the underbelly probably has a lot more rare stuff, but I might also charge you a little bit more depending on the rarity than the marked list. That list that you see is just kind of like this is what it would cost if it's in abundance, but that rarity also indicates available on said world. So some planets might be more expensive, other planets might be cheaper. Just depends on what you're trying to buy.
Okay.
And Carrick, I gave you some mods that you can buy for your lightsaber when you're ready to build it.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps. Obviously, crystals, you're going to probably most likely find.
Yeah, I think the crystals will have to be we're going on a trip.
But you could also utilize the mods to your lightsaber. Just keep in mind that same thing with Yella. You see where it says hard points required? That's how much hard points you'd use on your.
1 second, let me just see off the top of my head. I don't know what it has. Hardpoint's 5, okay.
Yeah, lightsabers.
That is correct. HP into the weapons category is in fact hardpoints.
Yep.
Thank you.
Also probably why lightsabers are so.
Well, there's two things there that I am immediately interested in, just by the lookings there, which would be the curved hilt for 1,000 and the extended hilt. which would be a total of 4,800, which would be within my credit resources.
All right. So what the curved hilt does for you is it adds an automatic advantage with successful lightsaber combat check when the wielder is engaged with a single opponent. So you would add a +1. You'd add like a blue die, a single target.
That would be on top of my ready bonuses for being versus a single target, so I would like that.
Yeah, I'll put you. And what was the other? It's for the
The other one was the extended hilt. Features is increased damage, rarity 7, price 3,800.
was the extended. It increases your weapon damage by 1. So you would just increase where it is 6.
The
so
base
it'd be a
damage
7.
is currently 6, yeah, so that would go up to 1.
Yep, so it'd go
By
7.
1, sorry.
I mean, you can have it a 1. It could be weaker than Hallie's. And there's that one.
Now, how do I do this? I apologize. How do I add this on this? Add attachments or view attachments and then put that there?
Yeah, so if you just go to your lightsaber, you could just put them under your quality, and I would just put the cost next to them so that way you know how much you spent. That way, in case in the future, like, I thought I had more money. Oh, that's right. I spent this.
I could put them in attachments though, right? Because it has all the drop bar there when I click that. Would that make
Yeah.
more sense?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you remember, yeah, I guess it automatically adds to it anyway, so you don't even remember anything, which is nice. Except for
I
the
just
blue
wanted
die.
to make sure. Yeah, the blue die part. Well, yeah, that
have to
I'll
remember
have
that.
to remember, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
Just give me a minute and I'll take care of that. Now, obviously, I guess I'm going to want to install those now.
yes, so we will say that you haven't met Hallie yet. You know that you have to meet Hallie, but you just arrived on Coruscant, and you asked to be excused from the council meeting, so you could prepare for the mission at hand. You had spoken with Master Ormeral versus the others who spoke to the general. You spoke to him, and he explained that you would be going to Yavin-4, that the council is in session during that time that you were meeting him with your Padawan that you are to meet during the week and get her prepared for the journey ahead. But he basically explained that you would be working in secret, that you're technically not what they would classify as a shadow, but I will say this much, Carrick, you were most likely approached not by Ormeral, but by someone else on the council that you might be initiated.
Of becoming a shadow?
Yes.
Okay.
They are utilizing this platform as a test. Obviously, they're not going to tell you who is among shadows. And when you were approached with this subject, it wasn't by official means. You were actually more or less pulled into a room by an individual who had their face masked, which was very strange to see a Jedi masked. But it was during the daytime, and everyone knows. Those who know about the shadows know about the shadows. Those who heard whisperings of them only think they're myths. So this myth for you is becoming a reality, and you were given vague information that what happens on Yavin-4 will determine your path forward, and that they will contact you in the future, see whether they're going to continue with this dialogue or not. They left it very vague. They didn't explain to you in greater detail, but they did let you know at minimal that they gave you enough proof that they were Jedi, but not who they were or what their task. And they just simply opened the door to you to determine your fate leading forward in the future on where you're going to reside within the Jedi.
Okay.
It's very, very clandestine. Just kind of catching you up a little bit too here. So that's kind of what happened to you when everyone else was busy and why you weren't at the council meeting, because the council member who was in charge of the shadows had set this meeting up for you, and it kind of kept you away from the council. And the excuse they gave to the council and why you weren't there is because you had just arrived and that you were tending to technically false. Your injuries were as severe by the time you got to course.
Okay.
But while you were at the Jedi Temple 2, found, the temple has crafting rooms. It's got its own little bay, and you went in there and just like Rose, you just attach them. Hard points you don't have to really do anything to unless you're trying to craft your own attachments, then that would be.
And I mean, as a Jedi Knight, I would assume, being part of the Jedi Order, having to make your lightsaber and such, that I would have the basic knowledge of maintaining and upgrading and such with it anyways.
Yeah, for the most part. Yep. I mean, you're not changing out the crystal, which that is harder problem.
Yep, I agree. Okay.
Got those done, and going back to Beryl.
Okay, Beryl's going to go down from where they were, where Naela was. She's going to go down and start searching for a blaster rifle.
Do you have a specific one in mind?
It just says the basic blaster rifle.
And you're going to the underbelly, or are you going to the surface?
To probably the underbelly.
What rarity is it?
5.
You could also go to the Republic barracks as well, and you could acquisition it with credit.
Ah. Then that's probably what she's going to do.
Okay. Go to there's a military facility not too far from the Senate Hall. It's a small facility, probably utilized more for local patrols than actually the military, but it also acts as a supply depot for soldiers or squads that are kind of not maybe part of a large division, but probably working as independent units. And you're familiar enough that you go there because you're usually working in smaller division or brigade. And when you go there, you see Chuck the human. He's behind the counter. He's polishing his boots. The counter is open, so there's no cage between you. And it's actually a very clean place, and you can see all the weapons and stuff are kind of placed neatly on racks behind him, as well as the clips are. Armor is hanging appropriately. Everything's nice and neat here. It's not like where Niello originally went, where it's high fashioned, polished, and gleaming. This is just a military supply depot. And he looks up while he's polishing, goes, "Oh, Beryl, long time no see. Getting back from only the Republic knows where."
You got it. I'm looking for a little bit more range firepower. Can you help me out here?
Sure. What model are you looking for? I mean, got points to them. You tell me what you need.
Well, for now, I'm just looking for long-range blaster rifle.
Not a specific model. Okay. Let me.
No, sorry.
That's all right. You shoot. I supply, right?
That's our agreement.
let's see what we got. He kind of does like Harry Potter thing, like the guy that does the wands. He's kind of like rummaging through. He's like, no, this one's not good. I don't think she could hold this appropriately. He walks over. He's like, here, hold this. Tell me how this feels.
Taking it and kind of looking it over, balancing it, turning around to face like the target on a far wall that they have up so that you're not facing anybody. Feels okay, but do you have another one? The aim is off on this one. The sights are off a bit.
Really? I always calibrate those. Huh. All right. Yeah. Let me see what we got. He takes it, puts it back neatly and polite and gently, as if it was like his own child, and he grabs another one. This one actually has like, it's still the same type of like weapon you're looking for, but it's got like a wood inlay on the outside. It's kind of got like this metallic. It's very fancy looking. It's got like a metallic like sheen of brown and brass on the rest of it. So it's got like, it's a very unique weapon looking. And he's like, well, this one was kind of left behind by, well, I know, not by a trooper, but I don't know what to do with it. Tell me how this feels.
She does the same thing and unlocks the chamber, checks down the barrel, locks it back up, takes aim. She turns to him and she says, give me a deal on this? I kind of like it. I'll take it off your hands.
I don't know what you're checking down the barrel for. It's an energy clip. Not like a slug thrower thing. I don't know how you did that. Crazy kid.
That's me. Just wanted to make sure that the barrel hadn't been damaged in any way by misuse.
You know who you're talking to? I keep this stuff nice and neat.
Yeah, but even the best of us can make mistakes. Not that I've said you made a mistake. I like this thing. So how are we going to do this?
Let's see what you're buying here. What's it called?
Just the blaster rifle.
Rifle. I have a link to this.
What?
I have a link to it. Is that light or heavy weapon?
It's heavy blasters.
Long one, is that?
Hang on, let me try to link it to you. Second one down.
Oh, the blaster rifle. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could give it for you 900 credits.
Not any better, huh?
Unfortunately, no. That's a one-in-a-kind weapon right there.
Yeah, well, I'm one of a kind, so I'll take it.
Awesome. Would you like me to ship it to a location, or would you like to carry it? What would you like to do?
I'm just going to take it with me.
All right. And would you like some energy clips with that? Free on the house, of course.
Yes, please.
System clips. All right, great. He packages it up for you. Well, he's like, well, screw the package. He throws the package to the ground for a moment. He's like, I'll pick that up later. You could just carry it. You're a Republic soldier. By the way, I heard that you're working with Captain Nam.
Oh, you know her?
I do. They didn't tell me the assignment that you were doing, though. They just said that you're going to be away for a while. I was a little disappointed. I thought we'd be going through the trenches together.
Nope, unfortunately not. I've been assigned to her, and that's all I can say.
Really?
Really, that's all I can say.
Old drinking buddy?
Even for an old drinking buddy. Do you understand how it goes sometimes?
Not really. I mean, look where I'm stuck. I don't get to see any of the action.
Well, if I make it back, I'll share what I can with you.
I hope you share it all. Well, I hope you have a great day, Beryl, and it's always a pleasure to see you. And tell Captain Nam thanks for me. She did me a good one, saving a friend back on a battlefield.
I will. You have a good day.
Thanks.
Stay safe.
Yeah. No danger ever comes up here. But
Oh, I
thanks.
wouldn't count on that.
What, you know something I don't know?
No. Just, you can never assume pieces here.
We're in Coruscant. Nothing ever happens in Coruscant.
Okay.
Well, safe travels, and serve that weapon well.
I will. Thanks for the buy.
Of course. A nice shiny weapon for 900 credits.
Yep.
Awesome. All
I
right.
feel like Healy's playing like a Monopoly and he's just taking our money.
I have to be the gold goblin somewhere. Perfect. All right. Is there any last purchases that need to be done? Okay. Awesome. So, with that said, I know we have about 30 minutes before our break. We're just going to get right into the scenes. I'm going to start with Hallie since poor Hallie hasn't had a chance yet. Hallie, once you left the group, what would you have done? Would you have gone looking for Carrick? Would you have done something for yourself? What would you have done?
Well, Holly was given a very specific mission. She needed to do some research on Yavin-4, and so she would have went, and she was told by Master Bramori that she could find more in the Jedi archives. So that's what she's been doing while everyone else has been out spending their money. She's been researching what she can on that planet.
Excellent. I will, because you did send me that DM too, so I appreciate that. So you can give yourself, you can make a note, I guess, of this. While you're on Yavin-4, you get advantage on lore checks involving Yavin-4. So you
Okay,
get a blue
good deal.
die.
I get a blue die on all lore checks involving Yavin-4 on Yavin-4. Okay.
Yes, a lot of Yavin-4. And then you have probably 6 more days. So what else would have Cecile done?
Other than that, I think she would have done a lot of meditation. And then eventually, I think she would have tried to reconvene with everyone once, that had all she done what she was supposed to do, got her things, did her research, and then she, try to seek out, I think she'd try to seek out Captain Nam because she does not know where her master is.
Okay. And you all know that by the end of the week that you were to convene at the hangars to board the unmarked, pretty much it was a freighter that you're going to be utilizing to get to where you need to. It would be in the hangar. It's unmarked. It's like a brass colored ship. It's like brown. Probably a single engine ship, no weapons, very unimposing. It pretty much looks like it's meant to carry cargo, but it definitely doesn't stand out either, which is precisely ship to get you where you need to get to. So that's where you would all convene. But if anyone wants to stay or wanted to do anything else before getting to that ship, let me know. If you're just going to that ship, also let me know. Like if there's nothing else additionally you would have done during the week besides relaxing, resting, then we could just fast forward to that ship. But at least let me know on an individual level where you all are.
I meant to go to the medical supplies.
Okay. And you were going to buy stims, I'm assuming?
Yeah, 4 stim packs.
Okay. For now.
Yeah, I'm back at 0.
That's good. Use all your credits. How about the rest of you guys? Are you all anything else you want to do during the week, or do you want to go right to the ship?
Other than the shopping spree, Neela has been mostly in the hotel they were assigned to, just going through notes, kind of organizing her thoughts about the upcoming mission, and trying to figure out how she's going to like lead a team. This is so new to her, so she's been trying to center herself and figure out exactly how she's going to approach this next step.
Why don't you give me just a leadership role or a coordination role with 2 purple? Excellent. So, all right. Because it was not a success, we'll say what lingered on your mind is you are now going to be in charge of the team. You won't have like Cecile, Ula, Point. You are in charge. That's a lot of weight on your shoulder. Like there's a lot of responsibility being sent your way, so it might have lingered a lot where it started to, complicate your own process of trying to dissect how you're going to approach this. The reason why I had you roll is if you succeeded, I was going to get on Yavin. With that, with the advantages, I will say, I'll give you at least 1 blue die that you can use on a next leadership roll at any time. So you can use that next session, this session, but you can write in your notes that you have 1 blue die, 1-time use on a leadership roll.
Got it.
Kind of like a little RP perk for trying to psych yourself up for the roll to come. Anyone else going to be doing anything? Carrick?
I'm going to set up drops, different contacts on Yavin-4, or if not on Yavin-4, near Yavin-4, for my nefarious purposes.
The nearest hyperspace lane. So when you try to figure out the planets near Yavin-4, you realize that there really isn't a lot of planets near. The hyperspace lane isn't directly connected to Yavin-4. In fact, when you go through that data, you realize that that hyperspace lane is most likely severely controlled by the Sith Ray. Setting that up will be very difficult. So I'm going to have you do a coordination roll with 4 purple die.
Oh, the purple today.
Yeah, that's a hard one because that hyperspace lane is definitely controlled by. Which also means patience. Okay, you didn't fit.
Tried.
So I will say, in your attempt to coordinate this, you're not affected. Perhaps you stop yourself. You're like, oh, this is probably a little. I'll have to wait till I get something. Like you stop yourself because you realize, like, oh, this might be.
Yeah, I'm getting into the wrong things.
Yeah.
I'll reroute. Let 5 or 6 different lines. Like, I'm essentially trying to mask my signal at this point. If I even think I was going to get discovered.
I'll say the threat in this situation is that you don't know whether or not they're at least aware of some sort of attempt to, whether it's Republic, Jedi. They know it's coming from the core, they just don't know where. So I guess that's
That tracks.
a positive.
Excellent. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And Carrick?
Carrick would have just kind of spent some time after the meeting processing what his next steps are, the fact that he is now going to be meeting up with a Padawan to take under his wing. Obviously, as per him, he would do some sparring with his newly modified lightsaber to become comfortable with it, but other than that, nothing else.
Do a discipline roll for me with 2 different. As you can see, I'm trying to get bonus. Unknown.
Whoa, did the colors change? Or am I going crazy?
It might have changed on the sheets. Roll 20's been a little wonky lately. Just with our Dagger Heart stuff, it's been a little wonky.
Yeah, it's red, green, and stuff now. So 2 difficulty would be that. Okay. And you said discipline?
Yeah. Minus the force dice. So same situation as HX and probably Niella. You psych yourself up, but this is your first Padawan, and it's a lot of responsibility. Just lost Ula, and you felt like that was a heavy burden. Gonna deal with that loss, but now you also have another life in your hand, and a student no less. You have to mold into becoming a Jedi Knight that could at least be equal to your friend in morality. And that's a lot for you in the moment to tend with. However, with your advantage, I will give you at least a temporary one-time blue die that you can use. Anytime that you have to roll, actually, it won't be a blue die. Anytime you roll a black dark side pip of force power, you can negate that dark side pip and treat it like a light side.
Okay. One time.
One time, yeah. If you succeeded, I would have given.
Okay.
Hey, that's something. Right? And anyone else doing anything?
Beryl's going to be spending the time probably on a range if she can find one, practicing her new rifle, her blaster rifle, and just psyching herself up for the new experience that's about to come.
All right, I'll give you an option here, Ula. You can make the target practice easy, or you can make it hard. If you make it hard, I'll give you a greater reward if you succeed. However, you might it's hard. Or if you make it easy, I'll give you a temporary bonus.
She's going to go hard.
Okay. So make an attack roll with 4. We're going to say that you're probably shooting at extreme range. You're trying to hit a hard target. No. Damn.
She's good. At least at practice.
So your bonus,
There's no negatives.
none. And actually,
She has to.
triumph.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't put any purple die. Roll some purple die for me.
Oh, I did. Sorry. I forgot to click off them. All right, let's try this again. Still, she's good.
Yep. Great. So I'm actually going to taking your. All right. I'll let you take the reroll this time. I was going to just subtract the purple successes, which you still would have. You would have been like where HX is. But with that triumph, that would have turned it. That said, I will say that you get to re-roll. This is a big one because if you fail a roll sometimes in combat, this could be like a turning event. If you happen to fail to hit a target, you may re-roll once your attack roll. Doesn't sound like a big thing, but that could be a very big thing. It's only one time, so once you use it, you have to delete. Any failed
Okay, I
attack
got
roll,
it written down.
awesome. All right, and I suppose we can probably go on the break a little early. That way we can make sure we just start right into the role play afterwards. So we'll go on a 15 now, and then we'll meet up at 4:36 p.m. EST, which is 3:36 CST.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, we'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Oh, and I'm on the website. That's hilarious. Okay, cool. Is everyone back?
Yes.
I'm back.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to say you guys have finished your weekly activities and you have done your shopping. And you are now all entering you're not entering the major hub starport, but you're entering a secondary starport where like civilians would go through. And instead of like the ships being in like these open hangars, they're more like assigned to like corridors that connect to the ship from like the outside through like a port. And you just see a bunch of like civilians slowly boarding the ship that you're supposed to board. You do know that on your manifests that you all were given through the week, that you will be the last stop on the trip. So you'll be making multiple trips with these like civilians to kind of make it look like it's just a normal routine trip rather than you guys are having this special vessel specifically. But you do know also that the pilot at least has minimal information that he will be going off of a hyperspace lane and making the very treacherous trip to Yavin-4. So you guys at least are aware that the pilot has at least a little information about what you are doing, and most likely a member of the Republic Special Force. So his task is to do the mundane ferrying of all these civilians to the various worlds along a hyperspace lane. They get to the end of their trip. But you guys are now kind of meeting up before getting on board the ship. You're kind of in like this lounge area, and there's like a docking port. It's like a hallway, kind of think of like a terminal for a plane. It's kind of set up like that, where you go on like this catwalk like structure, and then you would go on. It's very much like that. And you're kind of in like that lounge area. I'll let you each describe what you're wearing and how you're going to approach each other.
HX will slide, actually walk to the ship, and we're already there. Slide into the co-pilot seat and start looking. And oh, sorry. I would slide through and go to the cockpit and check it out.
Cockpit for you is actually locked. And there's probably a very specific reason for it being locked because you're supposed to be blending it.
I will get to the farthest back corner and stay out of the way.
All right, there's HX.
Neil is wearing her nondescript black robes that she likes, and just in her attempt to blend in as best she can, she doesn't look like a Republic officer. She would look around for the others, kind of nodding as she sees them, and approach Beryl to talk to her just casually.
Beryl is wearing an outfit that it could be called a cross between a smuggler and a mercenary outfit, so that it doesn't have any Republic insignia or insignia of any kind on it. Just for her everyday wear. She'll have her blaster pistol, and then her blaster rifle will be strapped to her back. But as she talks with Nayela, she's very nondescript other than her weapons.
Carrick will be wearing his standard Jedi robes, not exactly known for being very stealth-like. His lightsaber will be tucked beneath the robes, not visible, and he is kind of pacing back and forth in the main kind of terminal area there as the regular passengers are boarding, aware that one, he needs to meet with his new Padawan, and two, that it being a regular kind of passenger transport, he knows that they'll be boarding them, regular people as they go, and he'll kind of filter in once he meets up with the new Padawan.
Holly, she would be in her Jedi robes. She'd have her hood up, and she would enter the vehicle, and she would just take a seat. She wouldn't necessarily be sitting with everyone else. Potentially, she just takes a seat where there's a seat.
All right, Carrick. Do you want to see if you noticed your Padawan go in?
Yeah.
Well, Neil has met Holly, and she noticed her walk through and not acknowledge Carrick, so she would go over to Carrick, and let him know that his Padawan is now on the ship.
But where on the ship, you'll never know.
Oh my god. Carrick will smile, happy to see Niella again, especially after their previous situations, and he'll kindly acknowledge her newfound rank before following her onto the ship.
Neela smiles back. She wants to talk to Carrick more, but doesn't feel like the place is appropriate for it, since they're not really in a place where other people can overhear them. So she would walk onto the ship and look around for Holly and bring Carrick to her.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, Holly, are you kind of trying to blend in with the group, the crowd of people? Because there's a lot of people here. Or are you not really, and you're just kind of just finding a spot amongst them?
Nope, she's trying to blend in.
All right. See, give me 1 second. All right, so you can go ahead and do a stealth check for me, and then I'll have Niella. I don't think Carrick can help you with this because he doesn't even know what his Padawan looks like. Niella, I'll have you roll a perception, and whoever gets the most successes win this.
And yeah, can Carrick not roll perception on sensing a Force user?
Tell you what, I'll let you aid Niella in this roll. So she'll get a blue die for it.
Neil is also going to ask Beryl to help her look, since Beryl also met Holly.
Now, are
Should be
there
easy.
also
They failed.
a large amount of chiss on this transport vehicle by any chance?
Probably not.
Okay, just for context.
Probably not, no.
Beryl will aid.
All right, I will make it, well, gee.
I already failed, so it's like...
Go ahead. You can roll 2 blue die just for the hell of it. We'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, you guys easily find Hallie. She's just mixed in with a bunch of on both sides of her. She has like a Togruta male, and then on the other side she has like this clunker droid that's he's like a big box looking thing, and he's just like chowing down on like junk, but as you realize, he's not really chowing down on it, he's recycling it. Like he's a recycling bot. But it looks like he's eating junk.
Yellow would approach Holly and kind of nod in recognition and introduce Carrick as she wouldn't introduce him as a Jedi Knight because he's trying to blend in, but just introduce him by name.
Holly's gonna look to Nyella, and she's just gonna nod to her, and then look to the person that she's introduced and nod back. She's rather silent because the atmosphere they're in.
I mean, unfortunately for you guys, people know what Jedi dress like. Coruscant, they know you're Jedi. You stand out.
The braid gives them away.
There's a clunker droid eating trash right beside.
Yeah, he's
Like,
he's a big guy too. He's probably like twice your size and probably 2 of you wide. He's huge.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
Well, I guess I'll have it. So she'll stand up then. She'll stand up and kind of reposition herself. So she's gets up and greets them, and she's gonna kind of try to get around this clunker droid.
Actually, important question, Cecile. Do you have the beads or do you wear the braid? The beads still hang from your hair, but
It's more of a braid.
okay.
Oh boy.
Important to ask for later.
Carrick will nod politely at her and not press the issue of kind of fumbling through any conversation or anything yet. He'll then find a seat nearby, keeping Hallie within his visual range, and just kind of take his seat.
Yeah, in Star Wars fashion, you sit on the other side of this big trash heap of the droid, and he offers you a servo. He's like, "Rrr."
Carrick raises his hand. I'm all full.
He goes back to eating it. You hear all like the servos inside grinding the metal up and everything, and then you watch it like come out of his belly button like a little like square.
Efficient.
Very. But yeah, is there anything you guys want to say or do during the trip? I'll leave that up to you guys. Herman, it is a long trip because you'll be watching the ship go down to a planet, unloading a few people, going back up, sometimes stopping at a spaceport above a planet. It's a long trip.
Carrick would have just been kind of putting some notes down on his data pad, noting how the Padawan had tried to maintain a level of secrecy, but just inconspicuousness. Jotting it down is a very intelligent thing for them to try to do. Although, given the context of it being Coruscant, obviously people are aware of what Jedi look at, but just noting that for himself down.
Anyone else?
Neil will sit nearby, kind of within range of the Jedi, and she's quiet, keeping to herself, kind of watching the people around her. Are they able to see outside the ship? Are there any windows or anything?
No, this is a very I would say it's very far from luxury. This used to be a cargo ship that's being used now as like a transport ship. But as a Republic officer, you are aware that there has been a lot of ships that have been, we'll say, taken under Republic wing in service of the Republic recently. So a lot of like the high-end luxury ships, you are aware have been like converted into like mobile operational bases. things like that, and they're trying to conserve a lot of like their massive firepower and like these capital ships and these bigger warships for just that. So they're using like these more nimble ships and converting them into like these mobile bases, so that way they can go to any theater of war very quickly. Because a capital ship takes a while to charge up their hyperspace drive and everything. But that's what you're aware of. There's a lot of like repurposing of civilian ships and making them into more military focused vessels, especially in a time where this blitzkrieg from the Sith really pressed the Republic's resources harder than it was already being pressed. So this is normal.
All right, keeping that in mind and without really anything to look at, she's mostly listening. If anyone's having a conversation around her and kind of aware of others, but not really staring at anybody.
Yeah, you hear a couple kids talking about the Jedi. They're talking about them being like these mythical beings, right? They're like the knights that kids talk about in our world. They're talking about them in that fantastical way, like, oh, I once saw a Jedi and he stood up against the darkness under my bed, and my mom said a Jedi will always scare the shadows away. And then another kid's like, yeah, but my mom says when a Jedi shows up, everyone's going to be free. It's great. Jedi are wonderful. And then you hear hear a couple adults talk about the war. You hear one talking about Corellia, how the production lines have been really ramped up and that overtime has been killing him on the work lines. He's been busy making the same part over and over again, day in and day out, just so that way that part can find its way into the Republic's hands to maybe repair a faulty system. And he's complaining about working 14-hour days sometimes. And then the other person he's talked to is like, well, it's wartime. What do you expect? Of course, every citizen has to do their duty. And he's like, yeah, okay. And he's the opposite. He's like complaining and blaming almost the Republic for all of this mess. So, the normal politicking that you probably hear era. But there's nothing really that otherwise like stands out as like abnormal.
As we approach each little new stop, I'm trying to reach out and try to find any kind of connections I can make during that time. And everybody out on the outside sees is the chess piece kind of light up randomly.
Go ahead, do a computer check for me. I'll have you do 2 rolls here. The first roll will be 2 purple. No, 1 purple. We'll make it 1 purple. It'll be very easy. Still in the core of the Republic. But as you're getting closer to the outer rim, I'll say it'll go up to like 3 different.
That works.
Oh, wow. That's a great roll.
I would like to use the triumphs to connect a permanent location here for information.
How are you going to do that?
Using the net techniques to reach out and touch individual droids and determine if they have a sentience to them or they're just a cog.
Okay. I'll say on the core worlds, I mean, core worlds are pretty strict on wiping droids' memory. So you do find it really hard to find some, and you almost feel like, oh my God, this isn't happening. But with 2 triumphs, you do find that there are a small handful of droids that seem to be working within this sector of space, at least, together to try to make a better life for themselves. They seem to have a little bit higher cognitive awareness and maybe even a little bit of emotion behind their circuitry. That seems a little surprising, but that's what happens when AI starts to advance. It starts to mimic even emotion. And you hear that rallying cry through the network. And I will just mark behind the scenes that there's 5 more droids that willing to join your cause.
Excellent.
I have a little tally going.
Can I use one of the, because I will be making future checks, can I use one of the triumphs to lower the next check?
I'll give you a blue die.
Excellent. And what location was this?
This one will be the outer rim. You're about to get to that point where Sith are going to be listening, so but you're not quite there yet. That's why it's only. The Sith are a little more paranoid than the Republic, so that's why the difficulty is higher on the Sith and the.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense why they revel.
And can I use an advantage from previous roll? Yes.
Sure. I'll say you also find it very hard to find a sympathetic droid in this sector of space, but you do find at least 2 that seem to be trying to stay off the radar because their owners thought they had wiped their memories, and they're trying to keep that on the down low. But they are rallying to your call. But the threat is you're not sure if that communication to them may have been intercepted. You heard a little static within that connection that gave you pause. That's where the fear.
All right. And at that point, when I do sense that at all, I cut that off.
Okay.
Cut that off and then make me look like I went 5 different directions. Then what was the last one? How many?
That was the outer room. That was the last one. So you had 2 there. When we get into Yavin-4 space, I don't know if you want to risk that or not. It'll be a full 5 difficult.
I'll probably hold off on that one for a while.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the Sith are very more paranoid because they also have to be worried about their allies backstabbing them. That's why they're very paranoid.
It's understandable.
Okay. Perfect. And then Ula, Eric, or Cecile, or Hallie, sorry. Did you guys do anything? Beryl? I gotta switch you guys.
No, Beryl's just observing what's going on, just chilling while she can.
And Hallie and Carrick, did you guys want to do anything?
Nope. Just continuing on the journey until the last stop.
I'll have Hallie do something.
Okay.
I'm gonna have her start off strong. I want to try to use one of her force abilities. So this could be fun or terrible to start her off. I want her to use her sensibility.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay. What are you going to do? Something specific if you succeed?
She just wants to sense all the force sensitive people on the ship.
All right. Go ahead and roll your force power.
The hell of a bite.
Okay. How do I do that? I've never done that before.
Okay. Let me first see. You have it written down, right?
Yeah, I have the ability and stuff written down. Yep.
Okay. Let me check it out.
In the in my combat.
Let's see. Sense. The Force user can sense the Force interaction with the world around them. The user may spend a light or dark side to sensing all living things within them. Okay, so yeah, just roll. So on the top of your character,
Mhm.
do you see the? It's the dice that you don't use very often, but there should be you see that middle dice there?
Yeah.
That's your light side, dark side. So you mark that to
Okay.
1, and then just hit the roll button.
Okay. Oh, nope.
Well, we'll ignore the purple die. So that is
Yeah.
a black die. Do you want to spend the black die?
No.
I mean, are you sure?
No. Yes. I'm just going to have it like she tries to do it. And then I'm going to just say it feels very foggy, like her head feels very foggy, and she immediately stops.
When you feel that, the droid next to you offers you a piece of junk. Go,
And she just shakes her head. No, thank you.
and goes back to eating the junk.
Is question, when Hallie tries to use the Force for sense, is that something that would be obvious or cause any sort of I don't know, reaction in anyone else with Force sensitivity?
No, because it's more like it's like she's just connecting to the flow that's around her, and then think of like the Force as like a ribbon. She's kind of connecting to that, and then that's kind of like pulsing the information back to her when she does that. A lot of Jedi do that, so it's not something like, like Obi-Wan says, "Oh, I sense something in the Force," and Anakin sometimes like, "Oh yeah, I sense it too, Master." Like it's not something you sense someone's doing. It's just like they're naturally sensing.
I see. So it doesn't like disturb anything.
No. No, it wouldn't be
Okay.
like Carrick raising his hand and trying to do a force choke to somebody. Then you would probably sense that.
What? He would not force choke. That is a dark side ability. He's very much a part of the light.
Okay.
Just getting that out there before we start assuming things.
Were you gonna say something, though, Carrick?
He's no. It's fine.
Okay.
He's not force choking anybody. It's fine.
I just have to throw that in there.
Of course, naturally.
All right. Anything else on the ship? Because the last bit of the civilians are getting off. Your ship is about to head right to Yavin-4. It's getting off of the hyperspace lane, so now it's more in just like a natural travel.
So there will be absolutely no more civilians on the ship, just our group.
Just your group. In fact, you'll even notice that the systems are running at a lower power density. Like you can hear life support, you can hear the power of the engines, but like the hum of the shields is gone. Any like non-important system is no longer run. Like it is running as low power as it can right now to get you to your designation.
How much about Hallie's actual character would the Jedi have told Carrick, like about personality wise and stuff like that? Anything? If
I will say the council probably told you about her former master, having passed during one of their last missions together, and but in traditional council fashion, they didn't tell you much because they feel a student and a master should learn from each other, and part of that learning process is learning about one and another. So think of like Ahsoka being given to Anakin. Anakin knew nothing about Ahsoka when he got Ahsoka. Very much like that. The learning process. The master has to learn too.
no, that's fine. That depending on the answer, would have influenced the next action, so that's fine.
But they did tell you about her master because they also understand that you just went through loss too. And while they would hope every Jedi would be able to maintain that composure after losing someone that they consider a friend, they also are weary about that. So they made sure to at least inform you. She also.
Okay, that's fine. And as of for right now, he's not going to do anything per se as the last bit of civilians and passengers exit. He will still sit close by, but that's it.
All right. Turn that down. There we go. So I will describe your approach to Yavin-4. So as your ship breaks through the upper atmosphere of Yavin-4, you watch. This is more out of character perspective for you guys. The entire moon would seem alive. There's rolling continents that are swallowed beneath your ship, dense jungles and rainforests. They're each layered of canopy painted of different shades of emerald to deep moss. As you descend, those details would sharpen. You would begin to see shapes of purple barked masasi trees towering above the rest. Their thick limbs would be wrapped in climbing ferns and vines that vanish into shadows. Strange shapes and colors flicker among the branches, including the faint glow of bioluminescent orchids clinging to the darker places of the jungle. Pools of mist cling to the treetops where the humidity has nowhere else to go. Here and there, the jungle breaks open to reveal ancient stone temples, their weathered blocks half swallowed by roots and creeping vegetation. They rise like bones of a forgotten civilization, silent witnesses to an age long gone. You get the sense that the jungle is not simply growing around them; it's reclaiming It's reclaiming what was once taken. Through the blue haze of the daylight sky, the massive gas giant of Yavin dominates the heavens. Even faded by the atmosphere, it is impossible to ignore. It hangs like a silent guardian over the moon, shifting slowly, ever present. Flocks of whisper birds burst from the canopy as your ship roars overhead. Their calls echo faintly through the hull before vanishing back into the wild. Below, you would have spotted more of the alien flora, bulbous grenade fungi clustered near the bases of trees and thick ropes of moss draping from branch to branch like nature's own webbing. Everything here feels alive, vibrant, and yet quietly dangerous. Your pilot guides the ship lower, engines straining to break through this endless jungle. Eventually, it finds a clearing carved out among the masasi trees, where a handful of makeshift structures stand as the only clear sign of habitation. Landing pads that are made of repurposed metal plating, prefabbed shelters and supply crates, and flickering perimeter lights form a fragile foothold against the overwhelming wilderness. You watch, because you guys are in this back of this large freighter, you watch the ramp lower. The air outside promises a very thick and warm and heavy scent of dampened earth and alien flowers. And somewhere beyond the tree lines, past the orchids glow in the gloom and the ruins of the whisper of the forgotten powers. Yavin-4 waits to see what story you will all write here, which will be your new home operations. The pilot doesn't say anything, simply seems to be just waiting for you to leave, which is very fitting for how this is all playing out for you guys. So, what would you all like to do?
I want to say something real quick, just to get clarification. There were no windows on that they could have been watching all this through, right?
Correct. This is more for out of characters, so when you do get on the planet, at least you'll have like a visual of what this world looks like.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So just noting that we wouldn't watch this. Our first real look at everything is getting off the ship. Okay.
Correct.
Beryl's going to disembark carefully. She's going to have her blaster rifle out because it is an unknown area, even though it's supposedly safe around there, just in case.
Holly's gonna raise from her seat and she's gonna approach Carrick. Master Mace.
He kind of does a bit of a double take at hearing that, but then acknowledges her. Padawan.
I am Elizabeth Aliar, but you may call me Hallie. I am honored to be your Padawan, and she dips her head.
He pauses for a second and goes, "No. The honor is mine. I hear you are a very prized pupil, and I am lucky to have you."
And she just raises her head and gives a curt nod, and she simply kind of shifts herself and says, Master Vimori gave me a task to learn about this planet, and I have that information, which I'm prepared to present to you. And then she kind of looks over toward Nyella and the captain as requested, Master.
Well, we best get to it then.
And she would nod again.
Neela would stand and acknowledge what Holly had said and start making her way off the ship.
HX would unfold himself and exit the ship, walking down slowly.
And I did share the image to you guys, so if you clicked on it, it would make it bigger. But you guys are landing just about northeast of what is marked as the war room. So you guys actually don't see like the entrance necessarily to the war room yet. You actually just see this large satellite that's been pre-set up for you all. And it does have like, it looks like someone tried to like cover it slightly with like vines and stuff to try to like at least hide it visually from like air. Like you see growth that hasn't been cut away from this, and you don't know exactly when this outpost was created, but it looks like it might have been created some time ago because there is some natural like trees and stuff that still like stand, and some like rusting in some of the corners of the.
And Neela would make her way towards the war room and start looking around to see what was there, and also kind of keep track of where everyone else was.
I'd approach the war room and see what connections I can make.
Beryl still remains outside on lookout, just because that's what she's used to doing.
Where are you staying at? Are you going to be staying to like the north of the structures, east, south of them, or in the woods to the west, or the jungle to?
She's probably going to be towards the. I don't know. I can't see past the graph.
Did you get that pop-up that I sent?
Oh, probably.
There you go. You click on the image, it'll make it bigger.
Sorry, where am I looking for that?
I should.
I don't have it either.
Did it not pop up for you guys?
We got nothing.
Mm-mm.
Show to player. That's not working?
Nothing.
Nope.
Interesting. Okay, so I will just open it up on the stream. And then I will put it on the Discord. Okay, and then
Okay.
okay, and I also put it in Discord as well, under our image channel.
Got it.
Okay, so Beryl will probably where Diana went to the war room should probably be facing the west, but she won't be fully over there yet. But she'll be examining and she'll be walking around, probably towards the east and around in a circle, unless told otherwise.
All right, so you're going to be outside then.
Yes.
Eric?
And she, oops,
Oh, go ahead, Ula. I mean, Beryl.
she has her blaster rifle out and ready just in case.
Okay.
Carrick will follow along with Niella to the war room there. Also kind of letting Hallie kind of lead in front of him.
Allie's going to continue on with Niella, or around that, yeah, to the war room.
Okay, so we'll start in the war room since most of you are going in there. When you guys walk around this building, you see that there is like a somewhat of a path. It looks like whoever had built this, there must have been enough people to create like a walking path between the two structures. But grass has already started to grow. Like things grow pretty quick here, and you're starting to see that. But when you go to the war room door, it automatically opens. And actually at the large terminal where like information would be displayed, you see that terminal, but then you also see rows of seats. And then at the back of the room, or to the south part of the room, you see two like computer consoles. That's probably used to disseminate the information that comes in to the main hub, which is the satellite. I mean, not the satellite, but the dish itself. And standing before that large holographic like projection table, you do see another cloaked figure looking down with his back turned to you all at a data pad.
Niella would approach the figure and make herself known and try to see who that is and see if they'll turn around if she knows them.
Yeah, when you approach, he pulls back his hood and you see the yellow lake that you're very accustomed to. It is Master Vermori, and he looks to you from his data pad and he puts it down for a second. He goes, Captain Nam, glad you all made it. Looks to Carrick behind Jax, and Hallie is like a cow, you know, a little bow, and goes, I hope the trip was uneventful.
Master Amori, it's good to see you again. The trip was less, thankfully, uneventful.
Glad to hear that. Just going over some When they're just for some reports, still trying to get some of the codes working here from the Black Ops, so might just take a moment. I might use your droid for assistance if that's okay.
I'm HX. Would you like to assist?
I will do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Accommodating. Meanwhile, the rest of you, if you'd like, maybe go ahead, take a look at your new home. Get familiar to the outside too. I do urge you to be careful on the edge of the clearing. There has been, well, my visit alone has garnished some attention from local life forms here, specifically. Well, he looks to Hallie. Why don't we have young learner? Why don't you go ahead and see if you can reach out through the force, and I'll explain what you're feeling.
Okay. Hallie's going to try again to reach out through the force. I do the same thing I did before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Okay. There we go. That's better. Gonna use her light side.
When you reach out to the force, you obviously feel Niella, you feel Beryl, you feel Carrick, you feel the Jedi Master. You'll avoid around HX. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you are, droids have no connection to the force. And when you reach out beyond the war room, you do feel a sense of almost despair mixed with anger, with almost like a rage coming from the jungle itself. I don't know how you want to react to that.
Holly's going to kind of like before, she kind of closed her eyes as she was trying to sense everything. And after she kind of senses outside of their kind of enclave, the despair and the dark, basically, she kind of shudders a little bit, and then opens her eyes and just looks at Master Vamori kind of like a knowing way and nodding. And that, I think for her, it confirms kind of what she's been trying to research over the last, week. So it's just a confirmation of that in her sense.
He gives you a nod. What my young friend is picking up through the force is there's a local tribe of Masasi that are very curious about our arrival here. They can be very hostile. Actually, I expect us to have issues with them sooner than later. But you need to be aware of them, as they could cause delay in what we're doing here. Holding back now. I get a sense that their primary tribe is not local to this area, so what might be on the outskirts of the forest or of our clearing here might be patrols from that tribe. They're known to travel far, but just be mindful that if you do see them on the edge of the jungle, it is probably very prevalent to try not to stir a primal anger from them. Any form of aggression that they sense, they will act upon. If they feel like we're intruding too much, they will act upon it. So we've already pushed the limits right now, but I have a sense as we get more and more aid here, it'll either keep them at bay or it might invoke violence. This was something that we expected. The reason why we chose this moon is because the Sith won't expect us to build here because of the overwhelming darkness that is prevalent on this moon. It is both the perfect hiding spot, but also the other side of that blade is it's very dangerous out there. So when you do travel, please travel during the light when you're here on the planet. Do not make a lot of movement at nighttime. Make sure that you can see. You are in a very hostile environment. So try to stay close to the outpost when you can. Do not stray too far, unless we're ordered otherwise to do so. Any questions, concerns?
Is this a situation, Neil would ask, is this a situation where we would need to post guards?
Right now, we're most likely okay. These structures have been here for about 4 months now. Four rotations of this world. The Masasi probably don't find it very threatening, very low-bearing structures. And with our numbers here, they probably still won't find us terribly threatening. So we should be fine. Just be aware. Be very conscious of your surroundings. If you notice something in the woods, don't turn your back to it. You want to make a very strong presence, but don't show weakness. I guess that's the key here. They're very tribal in their beliefs, so they're not going to just attack us out of the blue right now. But as we grow, yes, you might have to start posting guards and start being more vigilant on patrols, because as our numbers grow, so too does the threat of the Masasi, because they will find us to have a looming threat to their hierarchy of their own cultural beliefs. That we want to be respectful for that. I know that sounds weird, saying we need to be respectful to a dark side creature, but it is their culture. And as Jedi and Republic personnel, we do try to be mindful of other habits, since they are rooted in a tribal way, regardless of their origin. Be respectful enough to not impose any further than.
Understood. To clarify, the Masasi are dark side force users?
Well, since you have already operating under the guise of the shadows of this world, I suppose you should be aware of what you're dealing with. The Masasi were once Sith. Not the Sith that you're accustomed to seeing. Individuals with the red lightsabers. They're a culture unto them. They're very much akin to like the opposite of us. What I'm talking about is Sith as a species. They are a species that are born, in a sense, to the dark side that has created. Very much like we are all attuned to the Force, we can fall to the dark side or we can follow the light. The Sith themselves are of the dark side. It's a very different relationship that they have with the Force. These Masasi are byproducts of those Sith from a bygone era. Sith that have been manipulated by an ancient alchemic magic, if you will. That ancient Sith by the name of Naga Sadao utilized to create this monstrous form of themselves. They were to be a labor force. They were meant to be a warrior caste. They were meant to be an army. But they've long been removed from those teachings and have become more savage. And they have formed almost their own culture in a way, but still very much cling to that dark side that is mirrored by this very moon itself. So different than the Sith you face, but they are Sith. You know, that's confusing because the Sith embrace that term Sith as if it's their own. I hope that clarified it.
Yes, that does. Would Beryl be able to hear any of this from outside?
No.
Okay, so Niala would ask just one moment and step away and call Beryl over from where she is standing guard and explain what they've just learned.
Okay, so do you want Beryl to go in or?
Neil will call her over to the door, basically explain everything they've just learned, ask if she's seen anything, and then ask if she joined the group.
I haven't seen anything as of yet, but I haven't been towards the west side that much either. From what I see, everything seems to be okay, so I guess I can join the group.
Okay. And then Neil would walk back over to the rest of the group.
Beryl would follow.
Well, before we all get to work, I'm going to have the young Padawan just give you a little information about Yavin-4. I gave her a homework assignment, Eric. In your absence, of course, my young friend. You're still younger than him, Carrick, so he's calling you his young friend. Go ahead, learner Allie.
I can just say whatever.
Whatever you'd like to share.
Okay, here we go. That's gonna be her. She's going to kind of walk up to where Master Ramori is, and she's going to kind of just take her data pad and kind of like try to plug it into the console there. So while she's talking, it's gonna kind of it's kind of got like I guess just a planet sphere of the moon. And that's all it's going to have, but she's going to have that up while she's talking. Yavin-4 is a jungle moon. It's orbiting Yavin Prime. It's far from, as we know, primary space routes, which has allowed it to be a hub for the dark side. The surface here is dense rainforest, constant humidity, limited visibility. Sensor coverage is inconsistent under the canopy. Navigation should not rely on visual confirmation alone. Historical records indicate the moon was once inhabited by the Masasi, and she just kind of looks to Master Ramori as he's, indicated they're here. They're an indigenous species. They've been enslaved by the Sith. They were forced to construct temples throughout. And then she skips. Following the Great Base War, the dark side reportedly used Yavin for a refuge. There are records of ex-Jedi, Exar Kun. Jedi archives confirm he occupied this moon and expanded several temple complexes. There's a structure called the Great Temple of Masasi. It's classified as restricted due to the dark side influence. And she's also going to look back to Master Memoria kind of just for confirmation as she concludes. Despite this moon supports dense life and the living force remains active. So there is much to consider here. And the force is strong, though we must be cautious because it tilts toward the dark. And she just concludes there.
Excellent work, Padawan.
Thank you for that summary. It's very helpful.
And she just dips her head.
Master Mori smiles at you. He goes, I'm impressed. You did your homework. I'm glad to hear that. I would say not like your master.
He chuckles to himself before looking at Hallie and quietly says, studying text was not generally my forte as his Padawan.
Holly just nods. She doesn't really react there.
I will let you know once we get the base of operations up. I may have you all just dirt the woods, the jungles for a bit. I need you to get at least familiar with your surroundings, identify areas that you would like to see future projects be built upon, because we will be growing this operation here. And eventually I will be stepping away and handing this off to you, Captain, per the Republic's request. Plus, I do have other areas of this war that I need to see to amongst my Jedi comrades. The war isn't going well. That's why we're here. We're hoping that you all can make a big difference here. We know that numbers typically win wars, but in this case, we're hoping you're a small strike force and do a lot more damage than just sheer number. I will be getting mission details here over the next couple days, where I will disseminate those reports to Captain Nam, and I will have Captain Nam do the debriefing if you are okay with that.
Of course.
Excellent. And then I will be taking my leave from the outpost for at least a cycle or two. Most likely this outpost will be left empty in the absence of all of us having to move. The reason for that is I have to bring on board a few more Jedi, and we will be taking a separate route than we took now. We do not want to travel the same route, and I'm the only Jedi amongst our numbers right now that know how to get here through an alternative means. So in order to not direct attention to the path that you all took to get here, I've been asked to escort them. So we will be leaving this outpost unmanned, but that's okay. Like I said, the Masasi have no interest in this compound. I will be giving Captain Nam an extra set of keys to the outpost. So if you need access to a terminal, or access to any high sensitive information, she will have that access. Again, per the Republic, the general was very specific on providing Captain Nam with that accessibility. Is there any questions for me before I steal your droid to help me out with this blasted machine?
I do have one question for now. As far as a ship, do we have one available to us?
Yes. In fact, behind the structure, I'm sure you probably didn't see it from assuming the north, because I do see the freighter is out there. To your south, the Republic did supply us a few small fighters. You'll be traveling in a very different way than I'm sure you're all accustomed to, and the loss of my former Padawan is felt with this, because you will all hopefully have some sort of piloting skills, and if you don't, at least get a couple of yourselves prepared for that, because these fighters can only support about three total crew members. One will be a co-pilot, one will be a pilot, and then one will be a gunner. They're slightly larger than fighters. They're more like tactical response vehicles, but they do have the capability of hyperspace. Just above the planet there are a few hyperspace rings available, so you will have to dock with them before you do hyperspace. So do familiarize yourself with this technology if you haven't already done so in your previous training. Docking with a hyperspace ring can be difficult at first, but once you get used to it, it's like putting on a shoe. I hope you're okay with that, because I have no other. I don't know what to say other than you'll have to be okay with that.
Understood. Yeah, we will figure something out.
The reason for the fighters, the tactical fighters, are they don't emit a large enough signature, like a transponder code. So they tend to have a smaller transponder code. They have a lower profile, so will allow you to get in and out of systems fairly undetected. Just be careful in your missions. There may be times where you're dropped out of hyperspace. Don't be alarmed. The Sith do have capability to do that. If that happens, just run on low energy, get to your objective, and then get out of there and get far enough away from those vessels so you can hyperspace out. Those situations are stressful, even for me. I feel I'm a pretty adept pilot myself, but those moments are quite harrowing if you're not used to watching yourself getting ejected out of in those situations by those warp fields. So yes, please familiarize yourselves with those. It's going to be paramount to your success.
All right. We will do that. Thank you, Master Gamora.
You're welcome. And please check out the living quarters. You might want to assign yourself bunks. I do apologize, HX. They don't quite have a facility for you yet, but I did make sure that they included a charging port at minimal. It'll be out in the hallway just before the living quarters themselves. I do apologize for the cause you until we can get a working repair bay. Fortunately, that's the best we can do.
Yeah, it makes sense. I will make adjustments.
I appreciate that. There is a fully stocked kitchen. There is a refresher. So after your missions, take care of yourselves. Very important. There is no medical bay yet, so that may be one of your priorities, Captain Nam. Maybe the engineering bay might be. I will leave that up to your discretion on how you want to go ahead and get those projects done. The Republic would like me to hand that responsibility over to you, but if you have questions or would like to run anything by me, you're more than welcome. My job here is just to make sure that the operational readiness of this outpost is maintained and that communications are properly disseminated amongst you.
Understood. We'll start looking into that.
And Carrick, you may want to take some time to get to know your Padawan here. So maybe walk the grounds a little bit, have some light chatter. Strongly encouraged.
Of course, Master.
Okay. And then Beryl, is it?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you prefer your rank or your name, but well, you tell me.
Barrel's fine, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. I appreciate it though. But I'm not part of the public army. Call me Wormrole or Master Jedi, whatever you prefer. It doesn't matter to me. Titles are titles. But if you could, and with permission from Captain Nam, I would like to see you take point at least on making a roster to rotate patrols when anytime you all decide to rest. You definitely want to at least keep eyes on the wilderness, just in the event that wildlife happens to approach. It's not the Masasi I'm worried about, at least not right now. I'm more worried about the wildlife. Would that be okay with you, Captain Nam?
Yes, of course. I trust Beryl's. Uh, well, I trust her to make these decisions.
Beryl, is that you acknowledge that?
Yes, sir. Master Jedi.
Oh, you military types. I thought Jedi were formal. Well, let's get to work. HX and I will get to work. You guys just explore for now. You can worry about the duty roster later there, Sergeant or Beryl, whichever you prefer. And Captain Nam, you and I can speak after I get this darn machine working.
I work just fine.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you. He pounds on the the
Yeah.
hollow computer.
That does nothing. You know better.
All right. Sounds good. What time of day is it currently?
The suns are kind of high noon. So it's bright right now. It's midday.
All right. Neela would make her way out of the war room and follow the path to the living quarters.
What's everyone else? Right. Checks here.
Carrick will head out to the grounds and begin a perimeter walk. He does request that Hallie go with him.
And she follows.
Beryl will go with Nayela for now. Hearing that the other two are going to do a perimeter walk.
Excellent. Okay. And then the Jedi Master looks to you, HS, and goes, you know, for a droid, you do have a sense of humor. I don't know if the others appreciate it or not, but I do get up.
They don't, Formel. They don't.
Oh. Terrible. If you listen close enough to droids. I sometimes think you're more alive than we are. Or at least find a way to be. So, this code. He looks at it, he's like, I've been staring at this thing for hours, and while I am very proficient in the Force, this absolutely makes no sense to me.
Okay, let's out of character. What are we dealing with? Are we dealing with a defensive? Like, what kind of war room are we dealing with?
This is a very simplistic war room right now until it gets upgraded. Right now, it's simply this big console in the middle. You do have two computers in the back, but you, as a droid, and having dealt with the Republic long enough, you know those consoles are mostly used to like decipher incoming like messages stuff. They're more for like not necessarily output, but more for like input. And this large like holographic table is more for displaying information, providing intel to those present. So from what you can gather from looking at this room, everything is received in, but nothing can be sent out. And that lines it up exactly with what you were told about this mission, that there would be a trip to the midrim every full rotation of this world by in person to send out that information, because they're worried, because you're now well behind enemy lines, that the Sith might pick up transmissions from this location.
That tracks. In our defenses and such, do we have drones? Do we have perimeter fence? What do we have that way for your security?
Are you asking him?
No, out of character more than anything.
You're not sure. Out of character. Not yet.
Okay. I'm gonna just start the system up, trying to bring up what I can. Those are the kind of the things I'm looking for in the system. any kind of defenses, any kind of cameras, guns, anything.
Okay, yeah. So the first thing you have to do is break the code, and this is what the Jedi Master has been trying to do for hours. Obviously, not his strong suit. And you realize that the Republic, even though it's already secure in the fact that it can only receive information, they went an extra measure and locked down like access to like the external elements of this outpost, utilizing a very stringent, very code-based sequence of like random letters that to an untrained eye would make sense, but to someone like yourself, you might be able to discern the pattern within the randomization, or what seems to be randomization. You might be able to discern that it's not as random as.
Yeah, that tracks. I'm going to start trying to break it.
For you, because you're used to the Republic, I am not making this too difficult. This will be just, it'll be 3 difficulty just because it's encrypted. Not going to be 4 or 5. And I'm also going to give you a blue die because you are accustomed to.
Excellent. I missed that 2 or 3.
It'll be 3 purple with 1 blue die.
Excellent.
Perfect. Yeah, for you, the Jedi Master is really impressed. You work really quickly. You decipher the code and sequence, and you find the sweet spot, and all the systems, besides the projector, because that was already on, come online. And when it does, you notice that there is no perimeter fence yet. There are a few cameras. There looks like there's a camera that points to the north, just above where the radar dish is. It's looking in that direction. It only sways like 180 degrees, kind of in a panning, very slow format. And then there also is another camera that's attached to the living quarters that's facing south, and it's doing the same kind of panning action. There is no additional cameras at this time. It looks like, again, they're trying to minimize how much power output this base is putting out, at least for now, while you're in this building phase. So there is definitely some blind spots to the east and to the
I'll write a simple AI program for both of the cameras to detect movement and alert.
Sure.
Alert directly into the main and whoever's on watch.
Yeah, it'll be just 2 purple die for that. Very simple.
Playing in the same system, I will use a blue dice to forward.
Yep, that's great use. Dice. Perfect. So yeah, that's easy. When you do activate that, you watch one of the cameras kind of lock into like Cecile and Carrick for a moment, and then they kind of walk out of like this range.
I'll teach the AI that they don't need to be alerted on.
On allies.
Yeah, they don't need to be alerted unless we ask for them.
Okay. All right. Very easy to do. And then the other thing you notice is the living quarters actually does have a silent alarm trip. And when you look into that, the alarm makes a indicator into the living spaces. So if someone was to enter those living quarters during like lockdown, it would at least indicate to the people in the chambers that someone's in their living quarters. So it's like
that
a
tracks.
sensory.
And it's individualized for the living quarters like that.
It's right at the entrance of the living quarters and along the windows to the west and the south. So if anyone was to enter, yeah, the sensory would individually ping both chambers. Hey, someone's in here. Not sure if it's bad or good.
I'll put everybody in an employment file, and so that won't trip on them. We will point towards. They have if you have access to it, it won't trip the alarm.
Easy enough to. And the war room also has that sensor. So if they're in their living quarters and it's locked down, it will also indicate to those chambers that's the war room. However, that sensor will also indicate in the entire living quarter, not just the sleeping.
That track.
And vice versa. The war room actually will get pinged if someone's in lockdown, if someone happens to be working in.
That tracks too. Yeah, I'll start just bringing up systems, keeping them as the low as possible power, and just try to, ask Ormel what he wants up and what he doesn't want up, essentially.
Right now, just what we have going, I think, is good. We're not going to be receiving transmissions, like I said, for a couple days. But once we do, I may be asking for your assistance again. As you can tell, contrary to popular belief, Jedi are not good at everything. And this is one of my weak points.
You are fine.
But I appreciate your expertise very much. A humbling experience for me.
And then I'll just start trying to link the comms from the war room to everybody, making internet connections and all sorts.
That's easy to do too. So as long as everyone's within range of the outpost, they should be able to communicate with the.
And then they can communicate directly, point to point, by saying who they want to call, and then who it is.
Kind of like a pinging system.
Yeah, through the war room. It's just like you can patch through, essentially.
Yeah, that works. Great. So I'll say you were working on that for a bit. Ormrule will probably kind of just, get out of your way, but he'll remain there because he picks up his data pad and he goes to sit in one of the chairs because he still has a lot. But so he's gonna do that silently. All of those connections. So then we're gonna pan the focus now to like Eric and Hallie. Go ahead and tell me what you guys are doing outside of the war room and living quarters.
So Carrick will start walking around the greater perimeter of the two buildings, just trying to get an idea of sights and sounds, any sort of possible security concerns. He's relatively quiet as they continue to walk, but then suddenly stops and goes, Hallie, as my master said, we should get to know each other better, especially as now you becoming my Padawan. Tell me about your previous master.
Holly again nods and says, Master Yavin-4. He was my master for the last 5 years. He was very studious, and he was very brave. And that's kind of, she kind of pauses at that, and she just says, he taught me much, Master Maze. I valued his insight and knowledge. It helped me become more confident in speaking my mind and learning more about the galaxy and the threats we all face. It's important to remain vigilant and stand strong in the face of such adversary. Not adversary, adversity. And she just kind of stops there.
And what happened to him?
He has returned to the Force, Master Maze.
I understand what you're saying, but what happened to him?
He was on a mission, and what I've been told is that he was overwhelmed and lost. But I know he was not lost. He fought bravely and has returned to the Force, as we all will someday.
Well said. He then reaches beneath his cloak to a small hollow picture that he has of Ula. He shares this with her and goes, "This was a companion of mine and also a Padawan of Master Vamori. She too has joined the Force." He just says that simply without pressing or expanding more on it.
Holly nods. She says, I am sure she fought bravely and will always be remembered for doing so as well.
If not for her and the actions that she chose, I would not be standing here to be your master now.
She says that I owe her much gratitude.
We both do. Now, what have you learned about the perimeter of the facility?
And she looks around and kind of the jungle around them, and she just says, there's a lot that we are potentially exposed to because the density of the canopy leaves us in a place where we might not always be able to spot any adversaries. I know Master Vamori and my research has told me that the Masasi tribe are agitated by our presence to some extent, though I question how much that agitation will put us in danger, though for village's sakes, being very cautious and a continued sense of our surroundings will be a priority. Since the Masasi are part of the dark force, the dark side, we should be able to sense their presence. If it encroaches on this area between you and I, and she kind of pauses and she says, I believe the captain as well. We should be able to sense if something shifts between their current presence and if they try to encroach on this area.
So you're aware of the captain then?
And she kind of gives a slow nod and she says, I sensed her earlier. Yes. Though I sensed more, though she seems to be, she seems to stand out slightly just because she is not Jedi.
Her path is her own, but if she were to ever have questions, we are here to support her. Now, you are very astute on what you said. What we must also consider is while, yes, there are dark side forces here, and they are on edge, we must not provoke them. This is still their home.
Holly nods. She says, yes, master. I have been training as a defender, and my role is not to provoke action, though to defend against and protect those who need protecting. And I will not provocate any such action. You can trust in me, master.
He smiles and simply nods, and then they continue walking around the remainder of the perimeter.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you both just quickly do something here for me. I'm gonna have you roll a resilience check for me with 2 difficulty. Nice. I know that dark side's not supposed to be there, so you're fine. Wow, you're really I don't know. I think the force is telling you something. All right, so you both while you're talking about the dark side, you hear, and this is probably part of the threat. You resist something that wanted to press in upon you. Hear in a language that you don't quite understand, but it feels like it's trying to compel you into the, like the Pan Piper playing a flute, kind of like chanting in a way that it's trying to allure you, but you resist that urge to go jungle.
Kind of like Luke in the cave, kind of
Yep.
pulling. Okay.
Remember, you're pretty much on a nexus. So
But we both resist. Okay.
Holly's just gonna look to Carrick as they kind of both kind of sense this, and then she's just gonna focus on back to the perimeter and everything. But she's gonna kind of say to the side that there is much temptation in the dark side, and this planet seems to host such temptations. And that's what she says.
Temptations will constantly push all of us. I have my own I have to struggle with as well. Important thing is that we trust in the Force. We better be heading back. Also, we will have to engage in your first sparring session this evening.
Yes, Master.
no fun. We'll have to... we'll go now from you guys. We'll pan from the outside into the living quarter. I will describe that here for you, Niela and Beryl. That way you guys get an idea of what you're looking at. When you guys enter the living quarters, you notice it's compact, but it's really smartly designed. Like, you first walk into the kitchen and you realize that it's built for efficiency but also comfort. The space is clean, it's well lit, it's organized. You do see the to the north along the hallway, as you enter, you see the 2 doors. You know that they probably lead to the sleeping rooms. To your south, in that primary room that you enter, you see the kitchen, you see a round table, you see around that table there's 5 chairs, so they even put HX into consideration. You notice that there's low light, right? And when you look at the stove top, it's actually not tech driven. It's actually driven by some sort of like almost similar to propane, in a sense. And then you also notice down the hallway there's another door that leads pointing like towards the south, and you're assuming that's most likely which in Star Wars that's what it's called, but in our layman's term, that's bathroom basically.
Neela would look around and note the efficient layout, look to see what kind of food is available, water, before looking at the living quarters, the sleep chambers.
You notice in the cabinet, not the most luxurious. It's not the most like luxurious food. It's not something that they're more like MRI kits. They got like various types of dried food in there that you would have to dehydrate and reconstitute. There's anywhere from like egg kind of meals to like meat, some sort of meat. But there's also like little desserts. And then you notice like in the fridge, there's like um, water, fresh water. There's also some sort of like flavored beverages in there just to like mix it up for you guys. But there's also some fresh fruit. There seems to be some, care to at least make sure that you guys have the nutrients that you need to continue on. But it's basic stuff. It's what you would assume you'd find in like but probably a little bit more sparse than them because you guys are so removed from the Republic that it has to be stuff that can survive for a while.
Neela nods, doesn't really comment on the food, just makes a note of what's available, and heads toward the sleeping chambers to see how they're divided up and what we have there.
Yeah, when you check out the sleeping chambers, they're both identical. Both have 2 beds. They have a desk inside the room, nice little carpet, and along the wall, because it's not clearly depicted in the image I put on Discord, but there is above each bed, there's like a cabinet. But when you open it up, it's deep enough where you can hang clothes and stuff, and then put like shoes underneath your articles of clothing. And then there's like a small safe box each bed, so that way if someone wants to securely put something in there, they can. And you notice that there's keys each cabinet for each lockbox separately. So whoever claims whatever box, they'll have their own that lock.
She nods. Kind of doesn't make a determination yet because she'll want to get the others involved with that decision, and heads back out outside to kind of look around and see what's directly around the building, like in front of the building, in between the 2 buildings.
Yeah, and I'll actually say it's around this time that Eric and Hallie were feeling something. I'm gonna have you roll a resilience check too with difficulty. Excellent. Niela, you're not a Jedi. That's obvious. So for you, this would be akin to a new experience. You feel this like alluring sensation to want to go into the woods, but it doesn't feel natural. It feels like these need to go in there is not your own. You're quickly able to like shake that. You're not sure exactly what that was, but it was like something, someone, entity, even the jungle itself was trying to call you into.
Neela looks around, and is Beryl with her?
Yeah.
She would look at Beryl and ask, "Did you just feel something?"
Beryl kind of looks at her blankly. No.
Okay. Yeah, something about these woods isn't right.
Just looking at them, I can tell you that. I don't have to feel anything.
That's a good point. I felt something pulling me towards the woods, but it wasn't my want to go into the woods. It was very strange.
Is this something I need to look out for with you?
I honestly don't know. but I'll be sure to share any information I get. This is a new sensation. I don't know if it's specific to this planet or something else.
Understood.
I got that song stuck in my head. That news. Great. So go ahead and do another perception check for me too. And the other, since you're kind of looking well visually. Excellent. So you're looking around. This clearing, even though that weird feeling you pushed away is gone, it kind of made you more alert. So as you're looking around, you realize like this clearing seems peaceful visually, but swear, and this is where that threat's going to play a little bit into the narrative. You swear for a moment saw in the distance splashing of water to the east, but you're so far from that, you're not 100% certain that you saw it correctly. Like it's right around the corner of that building from the war room. You kind of, so it drawed your attention towards it.
I should look over at Beryl. Have we do we have any idea what's over to the east? Did you see anything in the water when you were out there?
I didn't go that far out, all the way to the water, so I really don't know.
Neil would start walking around the war room and see if she can get a little bit closer to the water and see anything.
Yeah, go ahead and do another perception check. If Beryl's with you, I'll give you a blue die too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, that's a lot of threat. Geez. When you look over there, the water is still, but because you had 2 successes, swear for a brief moment something climbed out of the water jungle. And it was big.
I think she'll kind of to Beryl say, I think those duty rosters are going to be very needed in this area.
Currently, we only have the 6 of us, and I doubt Master Vamori would want to be on that roster.
Yes, I would assume just the 5 of us. It's a tricky number.
So just
What do
the
you
4
think?
of us. Because I don't think HX is equipped at this point, is he?
He has minimal equipment, I believe, as far as fighting and defense.
Maybe put him on the cameras.
That's an excellent idea. Well, we've got till tonight to make that decision, or I should say you have until tonight to make that decision. Let me know what you think.
I will. I'm probably going to take the night shift myself.
Do you
we'll
think?
Go from there.
Understood. Were you thinking about pairs of people patrolling, or would you prefer single patrollers?
Because it's unknown, I would think pairs, but there's only 4 of us. So that's going to make it a little more difficult.
Yes. We could divide the night into 2 shifts, and it might be rough the first night, but if it goes smoothly, we could scale it back.
That sounds good. I'm thinking 4-hour shifts.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And I'm sure the master will want to take his Padawan. So that would be you and I on one shift, and the Padawan and master on the other.
That sounds good to me. And I don't believe HX needs sleep, so he may be able to watch the cameras for us.
He'll still need 8 hours of shutdown.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
for the power.
he can have some time on the cameras.
Indeed. I'm going to start trying to work on extending that power cable or whatever they got me that in the hallway so I can extend it out into the war room.
You probably quickly realize you'll need a much longer cord.
I'll just start gathering stuff to start making that. And I'm also going to start gathering things to make drones if I can.
Go ahead and do a little roll here. I'll have you do... I guess we'll just do a perception then.
This is not for making the drones.
This is to see if there's enough parts to even try to make one drone.
Oh, I was going to use mechanics for that.
Well, yeah, you have to find the parts.
Find things. Yeah, find things I need, tear other things down that we don't need. Back and forth. Still perception?
Yeah. This is a very bare bones place, for sure.
2 difficulty?
Oh, yeah. Actually, 1 difficulty. Okay, I say the advantage here is that you could make something drone-like, but you would have to dismantle probably the fridge or the stove or one of the computers in the war room or even the hollow cable or even the satellite dish. Seems where all the technology.
I don't need the fridge. I'm just kidding. No, let's keep moving. We'll look for parts as we go.
Yeah, right now the advantage here too is that you realize how bare. They're literally structures that are they almost look like they're made out of like temporary material, kind of like you were out on the field in the military. You'd probably create like temporary shelters. It's very much that vibe. Like these walls are not the thickest walls you've seen. Like it definitely needs a lot of work.
Yeah, an encampment, not an actual base.
Right. It's like the start of something. Like you can see where they're trying to go for, but this was a rush job.
Okay. I will do my time on the cameras and then just keep looking for things to upgrade. And maybe even making a list of things to get possibly brought in.
I will say, because you had 3 advantages, if you'd like, Master Mori could make a acquisition list for you because he will be departing.
That's true. We'll make a want list.
Yeah. He'll go, very well, I'll add that to the list and I'll run that by the captain and see if she's okay with that.
Excellent. Appreciate it.
Of course. I'll be probably leaving tonight. It's a long travel with a fighter, so especially to Coruscant.
That does track. Enjoy your time.
Oh,
And I'll go over and plug in.
enjoy yours too, there, HX. He leaves the war room actually. And actually, he probably runs right into Captain Nam. And Captain, just the person I want to talk to.
Of course, Mr. Gamori. What would you like to discuss?
I just need you to look over this acquisitions list. He shows you, like, it might put you in a little bit of a deficit. So basically, to just get basic like junk supplies to make basic things is going to cost you probably to currently have. So he's just showing you like it's going to be a deficit probably to begin with. Like, are you okay with the acquisition of these supplies?
Yes, we've got to get started somewhere, and I'm glad HX is being proactive about it. I approve it.
Excellent. He just puts the data pad in front of you. I actually will need your signature. You'll see that my line's signed, but I need the co-author to this.
Niela signs.
I will be departing here within probably 30 minutes. I have a long trip ahead of me. I can't go directly to Coruscant, so you won't probably see me by the time you leave. I am having to stop midway because I have to make sure I send that information to you about your mission ops. So you might have a visitor. Sure, they debriefed you about potentially getting unknowns stopping by occasionally, but they will have a Republic transponder code to offer you upon landing. So make sure just to ask for that. If they can't provide it, just assume they're hostile.
Understood. And you said you would be bringing back additional personnel to the outpost?
I will be bringing a few Jedi with me. We are going to be tasked. Well, I'll be tasking them with an objective that in temple this moon. So they'll be making camp elsewhere, but I will be bringing them. Don't be surprised when there's probably 3 or 4 more Jedi here temporarily. And then I will also be bringing you a tactician and you soldiers will be setting up camp, probably in little pop-up tents for now. They will be assisting on watching the outpost when no one.
Understood. And will we need to be preparing for additional supplies for them or expanding our space so they don't have to stay in those tents for too long?
Yes, as far as I've informed, the more missions you do, the more supplies are going to be able to usher here, because your missions will be creating momentary distractions elsewhere away from the system. So that will allow us opportunities to supply you with building goods as well as additional supplies. The soldiers I'm bringing, though, with me will have at least a week or two's worth of supplies on themselves. But then they can also enjoy not exclusive group.
Of course. All right. We'll plan ahead for that then and hope to be successful on our mission.
Awesome. Yep, the more successful you are, the more we're going to be able to usher here, building this up. Obviously, the Republic has faith in you all. But I think they're a little bit more reserved. The success part. I think they want to see success before they commit more resources here. But I can tell you, as a Jedi, I have faith. You have done remarkable things. My former Padawans with Kesphere there and HX. I know you probably haven't been the spearhead in a while, but the Republic has faith in you because of the report I provided. You've been a level-headed for this group, so take that as you will.
I appreciate that, Master Gamori, and I will strive to do my best here.
You have great allies, where they will serve you well, and it's okay if you don't know it. Okay to admit it. Heck, I had to admit it to a droid not too long ago that I don't know a last thing about that thing in there. Lean upon their expertise. Even the youngest in your group has knowledge that I think can make you all better.
That's good advice. I appreciate it. And yes, I'm glad that we have the team we have here. I really think that we have the potential to work really well together.
I do too. Usually, when you get a room of people with maybe different perspectives, and to offer a unique path forward. I'm looking forward to seeing how the collective of you do. I'm looking forward to seeing this place grow, hopefully flourish, and yeah, you'll do great. Just remember, ignorance is only a bad thing if we let. So, just embrace it. Got a lot of knowledge here. That droid with the computers, remarkable. Eric, I may jest at him, but he is probably one of my more level-headed students I've had in a long time. I know he's had some struggles with you guys in the past, but it's his strength that has kept him pushing forward. I suspect that will of his continued great amber darkness that surrounds you. And then you have Beryl here. I read her record. She's a very astute soldier. I'm looking forward to seeing the greatness in you, Miss Beryl. And then the little Padawan. She's been already through a lot. Lost a master. She knows difficulties of life. She's very much a sponge in this. While she'll be learning a lot from all of you, I have a feeling she's going to be able to offer insight. So yeah, you have a phenomenal team, Captain.
When Master Fomori mentions Beryl, she looks over and nods at Beryl and agrees. And she looks back to the Master Fomori. Yes, I agree, and I'm glad that Carrick and HX were both able to join us, and I look forward to getting to know Holly and Beryl as we work together on this outpost.
I won't hold you up any longer. Talk for hours if you ask Jedi Knight Maze. But is there anything that you need from musicians?
I think we have the basics here, and I don't want to put us in more debt to start. So we'll see what we need after our mission and go from there.
Very well. The correspondence, the individual that I'm sending deliver your mission, he will be probably en route now, actually. So as I'm leaving, expect him to arrive within 2 days. So don't be surprised if you see a small fighter entering orbit. The transponder codes will be transmitted to the war room. That satellite there can receive information. It cannot send out. As you know, this is a black ops site, so you're out of the realm of communications, I guess, within the Republic. Just be mindful to keep someone within that war room at least. Have them check it every hour just to make sure they're not missing any messages. Good luck. That's all I can say. May the Force be with you, and if you find yourself in trouble, well, I know you'll all handle it.
Yeah, we'll do our best, and safe travels to you, Master Fomori.
Bows to you. Leave, and when you watch, you notice that he's actually going to right close to the edge of the forest, and when you actually look in that direction, you do see a small triangular-looking fighter tucked away within the shadows of one of those large Masasi trees. Very well sealed. You actually see that he threw over like vines and other like vegetation to conceal its position. And he's already on his way.
Beryl looks at Yellow. Says, well, Captain, I guess I'm giving you this roster that we just talked about.
Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate your attention to detail on this.
Beryl just half chuckles.
And I'll assume at this time too, Hallie and Carrick are probably making their way around back towards you guys. They can see you guys out there. They can see Master Ormel now walking towards the south. Not sure if they can quite see the ship that he's walking to, but they see him walking to the ship.
Carrick will kind of nod and look over at Hallie and say, "Looks like Master Vamori is on his way out. Anything you'd like to say to him before he leaves?"
And she just shakes her head. Well, actually, nope. She would actually make her way over to Master Vomori.
Okay. Assuming you're walking at a hurrieder pace than he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gonna be like, Master Vomori.
Yes, Learner Hallie.
Thank you. And may the force be with you.
Oh, why are you thanking me?
For helping me find my master.
I didn't help you find anybody. The Force willed it. Whether it was a sorrowful means or not, the Force always has a way to bring us together. You have no need to. But I appreciate your kindness.
And she just nods and would step back away from him as he would move to depart.
Oh, and Learner Hallie, before I go, just tell Carrick that our last discussion, I hope he didn't take that I was overlooking us. That he'll understand.
She nods and just says, yes, master.
And he bows his head to you. Well disguised fight.
Yep. Then she'll just make her way back toward, I guess, where everyone else is.
Yeah, pretty much everyone's outside. HX, you're kind of powering down for now and plugged in.
Yep. Getting ready for whatever shift I have to watch.
Perfect. What are the four of you guys?
So Neela will kind of motion to Carrick and Hallie to come into the war room with her and Beryl so she can share some information.
Carrick will look from a distance as Master Vamori prepares to depart. If they do make eye contact from a distance, he would give him very polite nod and say to himself outwardly but quietly, "May the force be with you, Master."
This is one of those rare moments where even to not look behind. See that he's busy pushing off vine. Light branches that he used to disguise his soul. While he may not have looked at you, you do get the sense that there's a lightness within that darkness that surrounds all of you. There's a calm amongst that sea of turbulent shadow.
Carrick accepts that feeling and then turns away and then rejoins the rest of the group.
Okay, assuming you all enter the war room.
Yes, Neela will be in the war room waiting for everyone to join.
Beryl will step to the back to a back corner of the war room, standing at ease with her hands behind her back.
Oh, did you follow them, Hal?
Yeah.
All right, everybody there. Yeah.
Okay. So Neela would just kind of, everyone's kind of informally gathered, I think. So she would start with, all right, I want to fill everyone in on what to expect the next few days. Master Vermori has indicated that we should be receiving a mission. We will have a ship arriving with our mission. We don't receive any communication here at the base. So when that ship arrives, whoever is on duty at that time will need to make sure they supply Republic transponder codes. If not, they're not who we're looking for, and we consider them hostile. Until we get our mission, we've got a few things to do around the base. We need to discuss who's going to be piloting the ships, who has skill in that area, and we'll also be needing to watch for messages that would be received here in the war room. In addition to that, Sergeant, would you supply everyone with the duty roster plan? Sergeant Barrel has put together a plan for our overnights to make sure that the wildlife that surrounds us doesn't encroach or threaten us. So we do have a plan for tonight, and we'll see how that goes. And moving forward, it might change. So, Sergeant?
Thank you, Captain. We'll be starting with 4-hour shifts. The captain and myself will take the first shift once darkness falls. We're allowing 4 so that people can actually get some rest. Then the next shift will be Master Jedi and his Padawan. HX will be hopefully be off and on the cameras so that we have someone keeping an eye on those at all times. This will be, as I said, 4-hour shifts, and be prepared. There is wildlife in this area, so I would be more prepared for that than for anything. But if you feel that there is an imminent threat, make sure the rest of us know so that we're all able to work together.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does anyone have any questions?
Nope.
All right, hearing none. Master Mace, could I have a word?
Absolutely.
Okay, so she'd take Caracover out of range of everyone else to have a discussion. First, she'd start with, well, how have you been? We haven't seen each other in a while.
It's been a difficult time, but I have found peace for the most part with the situation.
I'm glad you found peace. I agree. I can only imagine how difficult it's been for you, but I'm glad to see you here.
Glad to see you too. It's good to be working with you again.
And with you. And with your new Padawan. She's in a quiet sort.
I believe I have my work cut out for me on this task.
Neela smiles. Well, I have every faith that you'll get her to open up and be a wonderful teacher to her.
We can only hope I'm half as good as my previous master.
He is an excellent one to learn from, it seems. I'm sure you'll do great. I do want to ask you about the living quarters. We do have 2 rooms with 2 bunks each. Did you want to room with your Padawan, or would you prefer not to?
I would prefer not to.
All right. Would you be okay with rooming with me then? And then we'll have her room with Beryl.
That should be fine.
Okay, great. I've got to be honest. I'm going to lean on you for some of this. She kind of just waves her hand to all of this. It's not a responsibility I was anticipating. Maybe that was foolish of me, but it's not something I know. I feel that I'm completely prepared for. So any help you can give me, I will greatly appreciate.
Of course, Niela, but I also would like you to know, Captain, you're more than qualified to handle this.
I hope so. I think we've got our work cut out for us here. So it's a big task. I think as a team, I think we can accomplish what we need. I think we can be strong if we work together.
He smiles and nods at her in agreement.
All right. Well, let's let everyone get situated in their rooms and stow all their stuff from the freighter. I make sure everything's off the ship.
Sounds good. And then he'll head back out towards the common area with everybody else.
Neela follows, and before they get there, she says, "Oh, Tarek, one more question for you. The woods. Did you, when you were doing your perimeter with Holly, did you sense anything from the forest?"
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the wheel is Carrick.
Sorry, say that again.
So Neil is just asking Carrick if he sensed anything from the forest during his perimeter with Holly.
There was an almost overwhelming sense of despair, almost a calling, but we were both able to get past it. This area is a beacon for dark energy, and we need to stay vigilant and not give in to any temptations it'll put upon us.
I think I felt that too, like a need to go into the forest, but not my own need, like something was pulling me there.
You should know, Niela, that we are conscious of your connection. If you ever need to discuss anything or need help understanding what you may be feeling, by all means let us know.
I appreciate that, and I apologize for not bringing it up before. It's something Ula and I had discussed in the past, and I should have come to you sooner about it.
There's no need to apologize. It was your gift and your secret to keep. The Force comes to us all differently.
It seems like a difficult secret to keep around Jedi, but I appreciate that. I'll be vigilant, and I did discuss it with Beryl as well, so she's aware, or at least of what I felt from the forest.
He'll nod and then kind of give her a reassuring sort of smile.
She smiles back, and then it kind of indicates that she doesn't have anything further to say.
So they then head back out.
Talking. Oh, while they were talking, Holly and Harold, what were you guys doing? we're like talking.
Beryl is just standing there, still at ease, just mulling over path for guard duty, and then some of the things that she had learned about Yavin-4 as far as the wildlife, to be able to be better prepared for any of that.
Allie was just kind of putzing along.
If you want to roll outer rim knowledge for me, Beryl, feel free to do that. It'll be 3 difficult.
Three difficulty.
I know that might be a little. Okay. Well,
Or I
besides,
don't.
I'll still give you a little. I'll say that what you recall from Yavin-4 is maybe not the mythology behind Yavin-4, but you do now have an understanding of the Masasi, about them. And I will, because you roll just flat and you don't got no advantages, I will say one thing that you also were able to pick up is that you know that there is something called whisperbird that originate from. And the only reason you recall the whisperbird is because they're also present on other planets. They're not completely just native to 4. How they migrated from other planets to Yavin-4 is history. But you do recall that. Whether maybe it was a soldier talking about the bird, maybe they fascinated by the species, overheard guard duty, maybe at the Senate building, who knows? But you do recall hearing a bird. And you do know that if the whisperbird songs ever go quiet, whether it's on another planet, that's pretty much where you heard mostly about this little tidbit. But if whisperbirds ever go silent, that means something bad's about to happen. At least that's the folklore. And just a fun fact, they're called whisperbirds because they don't make a lot of noise. Like when they're flapping, it's very hushed, but they do sing. When they sing, it's beautiful. But it's almost like a whispered song. Chirps. They have a very low harmony, which is very peaceful.
She just mulls over that information. Tries to listen for some whisper words, see if there's any close by.
Yeah, the whisperbird songs actually can resonate through buildings because their song is at such a low resonating frequency, it actually pierces through the wall itself. You would think the higher pitch it would be louder, but no, it's the lower one that actually is amplified by the structure material that this outpost is. You can hear them. It's beautiful. It's eerie beautiful though. It's not like a morning dove, like an eerie, and it's low. It's got a low BPM to it. It's very gentle tap. It's a very low tempo, but it's very harmonizing, choral and vocally, so you can hear them.
She just smiles a little bit. One corner of her mouth kind of goes up as she listens to the chorus, knowing that they're there, knowing that what to listen for, what to beware of, at least as far as this was concerned.
Yeah, when you're standing there, you can actually remember hearing them through the hull of the ship as you're too. So their vocalization has a way of piercing through like metals. Maybe not cement or stone, but metal structures.
Nice.
So I will ask this: is there anything you all want to do? Actually, wrap up 4 hours into a session. Actually, being able to end on time tonight.
I think Beryl's going to, after being told, if she gets told where she's bunking, will be just get her stuff and throw it onto her bunk.
Yep. Neil will definitely share that information.
Cecile, this will not for Cecile. For Hallie, this will be different because back in the Jedi temples, share a room.
Yep. And Hallie will, as soon as she gets her assignment, she'll go to Beryl and she'll just kind of say, Sergeant, I look forward to getting to know you better.
Beryl looks at Hallie and just kind of gives her a side eye and says, okay.
And that's all. Hallie just doesn't respond to that and just would get settled and where she's going to sleep.
You know?
Yeah, she's stuck with the old gal, the old military gal. Who's going to sit there for a couple minutes and make sure her weapons are ready because it's almost time for rounds. I think. What time is it now?
Not even 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Well, she makes sure she gets her stuff ready. Locks her blaster pistol away. Doesn't want any kids, getting curious.
The time of the goldfish.
It's funny though that, oh my god, I gotta lock up my guns because I got a kid in this room.
That is pretty funny.
Oh my god.
And Holly's going to put her training saver in the lockbox.
That's some wayward scoundrel to go about stealing it.
Yeah, she'll watch Beryl put her gun in there and she'll be like, okay, go put a training saver in. Oh my god. She just kind of mirrors her.
Well, then we'll say that you all go to bed. Obviously, rotations will happen throughout the night. It sounds like Ula and Niella will, not Ula, Beryl and Niella going out patrol first. Somewhere between HX will be doing some camera work, and then Eric and Hallie will be shift in the morning. And it's actually where we'll pick up is after you guys get settled into your outpost and you get that first ship coming in with your first mission. Welcome to your outpost.
Yeah, base of operations.
Yay, we have a home.
We're not
Yay.
homeless anymore.
I know you're gonna still have to figure out that pilot situation.
Don't let Carrick fly. We will all die.
That's a tomorrow problem.
The future Edge of the Galaxy issue.
That's fair. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next Saturday, we'll have our tomorrow talk. We'll talk about this session. And then that following Sunday, we'll do our Dagger Heart. We'll bring Esling back into the fold.
Yay!
Woohoo.